Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask that you please settle in because we'll commence in a few minutes. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Please let's settle in. We'll commence this event in a few minutes.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies. You're welcome to the 2023 Bank of Industry International Women's Day Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we crave your indulgence. We humbly ask that you please settle down as we get set to start today's event. Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Again, good morning. As we set the ball rolling for what promises to be an exciting, inspiring, and much more a refreshing day, I'd like to inform us that we will take the national anthem very shortly, which will be followed by the women's anthem. We'll take 2 stanzas of the national anthem because the second stanza will serve as the opening prayer.
And so I'm going to now ask that we please rise to our feet as we welcome Yvelle, brilliant singer and performer, who will lead us in the national anthem and the women's anthem. Can we welcome Yvelle with a round of applause? Thank you.
Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youths the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in justice true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And now for the women's anthem. All across the nation, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We sing for justice and development.
development and hold the rights of all the people high. Oh, so sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Oh, yeah. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down the weapon and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. Sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. Love, sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Oh, sing a song for women all around the world. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. Oh, for women all around the world. Equality, development, and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yvelle. You may please be seated. You know, I've never been more excited to be a woman than now. My head definitely grew at least 10 inches when she was singing that song because I was immensely proud to be a woman. If you are proud to be a woman, or if you're excited to sit next to a woman, please celebrate yourselves. Proud women, excited women, phenomenal women, outstanding women. Thank you very much.
And this is what today is all about. We're singing a song for women everywhere. Today we want to celebrate you, celebrate your strength, your unshakable will, your leadership, your virtue, your beauty. Don't get tired of celebrating yourselves, wonderful women. One more time, let's put our hands together. A loud round of applause for women everywhere. Today's conference has the theme, Embrace Equality and Equity. And to get things rolling, we'd love to establish some protocol, recognize some of our important guests.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the room is distinguished. Everyone in the room is special. And we thank you for joining us today at the International Women's Day celebration for Bank of Industry. But we'd like to recognize a few of our distinguished guests very quickly. First, I'd like to recognize our chief host, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Mariam Katagum. A round of applause for her. We are delighted to have you join us today. Next, I'd love to recognize our host, the Managing Director and CEO, Bank of Industry Limited. Please let's celebrate Mr. Olukayode Wheaton. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize our distinguished guest of honor, who is joining us virtually. Director General, World Trade Organization, the one, the only, Dr. Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
Would also like to specially recognize and celebrate the Deputy Secretary General, United Nations, also a distinguished guest of honor at this conference, Her Excellency Ms. Amina J. Mohammed, GCON. Would also like to specially recognize someone who is joining us virtually, the President of the Court of Appeal, our special guest of honor, Honorable Justice Monica Dongban Mensem. Also joining us is the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Zainab Ahmed, ably represented by Mrs. Olushola Dada. Can we also recognize her with a round of applause?
Thank you. I'd like to also recognize another special guest of honor, who is the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, who is ably represented here today by Mrs. Freya Kimde Bulus, the Director Gender Affairs at the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. Thank you for joining us. I'd also like to recognize a special guest of honor who is here today, the Honorable Minister of State for Niger Delta Affairs, Honorable Sharon Ikeazo, who is ably represented by Mrs. Sarah Okwade, Director, Legal Services, Ministry of Niger Delta. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to recognize the Special Advisor to Mr. President on Social Investment, Mrs. Miriam Weiss, MFR. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, I would also love to specially recognize the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, Princess Adejoke Orelokwe Adefulire. Can we celebrate our princess? And then, our distinguished guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Group Chairman, Emerging Africa Group, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON. Another distinguished guest of honor attending virtually, Ms. Rita Jo Lewis, who is the President and Chair of the Board of Directors, Export-Import Bank of the United States. That round of applause would get to her in the US, so make it loud. Thank you.
I'd like to very quickly and specially recognize another special guest of honor, the Deputy Governor, Financial Systems Stability Directorate at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Please let's celebrate Mrs. Aisha Ahmed, who is joining virtually as well. I'd like to recognize the First Lady of Edo State, Her Excellency, Mrs. Betsy Bene Obaseki. A round of applause for her. I'd also like to recognize the First Lady of Kebbi State, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu. Thank you very much for joining us.
And also the First Lady of Yobe State, who's a special guest of honor, Her Excellency, Mrs. Hafsat Kolere Buni. As well as the First Lady of Lagos State, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sonwolu. We also have joining us the Special Advisor to the President on Ease of Doing Business, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole.
Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. I'd like to now recognize the Chairman, Access Bank PLC, Dr. Mrs. Deri Awoshika. A round of applause for her. I'd also like to recognize the founder and CEO, the Chair Center Group, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Thank you very much for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in this room is really special. Everyone is really committed to the cause of celebrating women and fostering the agenda on embracing equity. As the event proceeds, we'll attempt to continue with the introductions and recognitions, but permit us to establish this light protocol at this point. We have a lot of very distinguished guests, senators of the Federal Republic, permanent secretaries, captains of industry, stakeholders of Bank of Industry, and so many other special guests of honor. And as the event proceeds, we'll continue with the introductions.
But just before we wrap up this initial protocol, it gives me great pleasure to recognize executive directors at Bank of Industry. Please join me as I celebrate and recognize Executive Director, Large for Bank of Industry. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Omar Shekarau, Executive Director, Small and Medium Enterprises. Thank you very much for your great work. And last but definitely not the least, I'd like to recognize Mr. Usen Okon Efyong, Executive Director, Corporate Services.
All right. Now let's get into the heat and thick of it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to be here as your compares. My name is Mojibade Shosoya. I'm a compare, I'm a presenter, I'm a co-founder of a fintech company, but much more than that, I'm a phenomenal woman, and I'm excited to be here today.
That round of applause can be louder for my co-host. My name is Oluwa Sheumpi, and today I'm simply Mojibade's bodyguard. It'll be an honor, to share the stage with you and to celebrate all the wonderful women here. We're going to have incredible conversation, but it's really about celebrating your leadership and the part you play in the institutions that are represented here, but also for our nation, Nigeria. So one more time, please don't get tired of clapping today. You will clap a lot, and it's for yourselves. So please put your hands together.
It's Women's Month. A whole month was dedicated to celebrate us. Aren't we just the best people? So look at the woman sitting next to you and say, hello. I'm happy to sit next to you. You look amazing. Compliment something about the woman, their turban, their hair, their makeup, their jewelry. And if you're a man, please do well to extend a warm compliment to a woman sitting next to you. Tell them, Happy International Women's Day. Today we're celebrating women from Bank of Industry. Make sure she smiles from her heart, and it must be genuine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for joining us today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great honor right now to welcome our host for this event to deliver his welcome address, the Managing Director, CEO, Bank of Industry, and champion for all things equity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Olukayode Piton.
Keep the applause coming until he gets on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I were to go through the protocol, I will practically repeat what they had done. So please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. So I'll just say good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to our 2023 International Women's Day event. It is always a great honor to celebrate in the company of inspirational women whose exponential contributions at all levels have resulted in the social, economic advancement of women in our society. We acknowledge the presence of our illustrious great guest of honor, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON, our immense contributions and accomplishments in public service and the business community remain an inspiration to us all. We appreciate our Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Mrs. Pauline Talen, OFR, for her indefatigable commitment to advancing the growth and development of our women, and for always accepting our invitation each time we reach out to her. We thank you. We also sincerely appreciate our dear Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Miriam Yewaji Katagun, for our untiring support in everything that we do at the Bank of Industry. We appreciate you, Madam. As we are all aware, the theme for this year's Women's Day is Embrace Equity. Looking at our highly esteemed lineup of panelists today, I am very excited to hear their perspectives in doing justice to what it truly means to embrace equity. The subject of equity is relevant in every sphere of life. Historically, inequity has marginalized women, people of color, disabled people, and the economically disadvantaged. We are now in an era of digital transformation, which provides more opportunities to continuously propagate not only the need to eliminate gender inequality, but also to make adequate infrastructural facilities available towards fostering social inclusion and integration for the disabled. Over the years, a lot of attention has hitherto been placed on advocacy and investment in education, economic and political empowerment programs in achieving gender equality. However, there is a need to also better understand the challenges that women encounter, either on the home front or at work, towards proffering an effective and sustainable solution. While gender equality is primarily focused on providing both sexes with equal opportunities, gender equity works to correct the historical wrongs that have left women behind, such as cultural restrictions on education, employment, etc., towards eliminating the systemic and structural limitations that hinder the ability to thrive and develop. Embracing equity can be achieved by making deliberate efforts to scale up the representation of women in leadership and policy-making roles, including creating enabling enforceable laws that frown upon gender inequality and challenging societal biases and gender stereotypes. According to a 2021 report by the World Bank, 44.21% of Nigeria's total workforce is made up of women. This indicates appreciable growth over the years through deliberate efforts and actions by various levels of government and non-governmental organizations. While the statistics is somewhat comforting, we need to note that women representation in leadership positions is significantly lower than that. The survey also reported that women hold 20% of executive positions in corporate Nigeria. This is slightly higher than the global average of 17%. So let's clap for Nigeria. Despite being the most advanced country in the world, the United States has only 35% of its senior leadership positions held by women, in spite of the female gender accounting for over 50% of their workforce. I therefore urge us all not to rest on our oars, as we continuously speak to ensuring a level playing field for everyone, irrespective of gender, race, tribe. Nevertheless, I believe that our women still deserve a big round of applause for the successes that have been achieved over the years in our quest to keep challenging and changing systems that perpetuate gender discrimination. At the Bank of Industry, our belief is that there can be no sustainable development in Nigeria unless we proactively empower women. Hence, we take women development very seriously in terms of provision of finance, entrepreneurship, and business managerial skills. As of December 2022, the bank had disbursed 73 billion naira to women-owned or women-led businesses across various sectors of Nigerian economy. Besides providing financial and business advisory services to women businesses, we have also developed and strengthened various strategic partnerships in this regard. We have disbursed $4.5 million out of a commitment of $10 million in Alethea IDF Fund. Alethea Fund is a $100 million investment equity fund which provides financial support to women-led organizations across various sectors, such as hygiene and personal care, healthy food snacks, education supplies, and humanitarian and relief products. We are also the local execution partner for the Islamic Development Bank's Business Resilience Assistance for Value-Adding Services, BRAVE program in Nigeria. This is a $14.27 million initiative that was designed to support women-owned businesses, particularly those living in economically disadvantaged areas arising from conflicts and social unrest. So far, we have disbursed 2.9 billion naira to 322 beneficiaries in the pilot states of Kano, Gombe, and Edo. We have also partnered with key women organizations such as Women in Successful Careers, WISCA, and Women in Management, Business, and Public Service, WIMBIS. These organizations work with us to support gender advocacy and empowerment by providing capacity building and mentorship training to ensure women's representation in public, private, and political leadership positions. As part of our corporate social responsibility CSR initiatives, we have collaborated with several other non-profit organizations in supporting women businesses. As I conclude, I implore us to commit to continue to take actions towards making the world more equitable by ensuring that everyone, irrespective of gender, has a fair and equal opportunity to be successful. Let us keep working together to create a world where every woman has the opportunity to reach her full potential without brick walls and hindrances, and to achieve a society where their unique talents and perspectives are valued, rewarded, and celebrated. Together, we can work collectively to impact positive change. Join me in the movement to embrace equity. Happy International Women's Day. And thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olukayode Peter. Can we celebrate him one more time? Thank you. You know, I couldn't help but listen to when he said Bank of Industry has disbursed 73 billion naira as of December, and I think that deserves a better round of applause to women-led and women-owned businesses. Thank you, Bank of Industry. Thank you very much for your support of women. And indeed, we can achieve an equitable world if we are intentional and deliberate about placing women in positions of leadership in different sectors. And we do hope that with the conversations we'll have today, we'll gradually take closer steps to achieving number 5 United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you very much again, sir, for reiterating your commitment to supporting women. Thank you. I'd like to quickly and very thank you. Thank you. We're applauding him. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to very quickly and especially recognize the chairman of Federal Character Commission, Dr. Farida Dankaka. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. The managing director, FCMB, Mrs. Yemisi Edu. Thank you for joining us. The First Lady of Bank of Industry, the wife of our Managing Director and CEO, Dr. Mrs. Femi Piton. The Group Managing Director of Future View Group, beg your pardon, Mrs. Elizabeth Ebi. Thank you very much for joining us. The theme for this year's International Women's Day is Embrace Equity. We're embracing equity. And I think that over the years, conversations around gender equality have gotten louder and louder because we've seen women get more celebrated, get more recognized for their outstanding and exceptional contributions to the world in general, economic-wise, business-wise, at the home front, women are being celebrated for the great work that they're doing. So the conversations this year just takes us closer to actualizing that which we yearn for. Now, to set the tone for what we are here to discuss today, it gives me great pleasure to now make welcome an exceptional woman, an educationist, an administrator, and diplomat with leadership experience in the Nigerian public service and within the United Nations system. She was appointed Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment by President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on the 21st of August 2019. With her counterpart, she's leading the promotion of the government's policies of ease of doing business, job creation, poverty eradication, and industrialization, implementing various policies and programs including standardization of bilateral trade agreements, stimulating growth of domestic, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and renewed roadmap to increase Nigeria's foreign direct investment as of today. As Minister of State, she also serves as the chairperson of the steering committee of the MSME Survival Fund, a program which is designed to cushion the effects of COVID-19 on the Nigerian economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Katagum, prior to her appointment, she served 2 terms as Nigeria's ambassador, permanent delegate to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in Paris, France, from 2009 to 2019. During this period, she also served as Nigeria's representative on the board of the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Canada. Some of her notable achievements include: 1. Establishment of the UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office in Abuja. 2. Establishment of 2 UNESCO Category 2 centers, Regional Center for Integrated River Basin Management in Kaduna, and International Center for Biotechnology in Nsukka. And 3. Inscription of the Arugu Fishing Festival on the UNESCO Intangible Heritage List. Ambassador Katagum is versed in international and multilateral negotiations, intergovernmental and policy processes in the fields of education, the sciences, culture, and communications, particularly under the auspices of UNESCO. She's passionate about gender equality and girl-child education. She's married with 4 children. Your Excellencies and very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the 2023 Bank of Industry International Women's Day celebration, please let's make welcome our chief host for today with a very resounding applause, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade, and Investment. A woman who continues to break the bias, a national treasure, an excellent woman, delectable by all standards, a winning woman. Please let's make welcome Ambassador Mariam Yawaji Katagum. Such an honor to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At a point I was wondering, is that me? And also it points to age, because you say, when did I achieve all that? Thank you very much. I have a long list of protocol, and I'm usually someone that loves sticking to protocol. But with each minute, I look around, I see a friend, I see an acquaintance, and then I said I will, this morning, stick with the theme, embrace equity. So I'm going to, for once, stand on the already established protocol. Otherwise, there are too many friends, too many for me to skip. So good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 2023 edition of the Bank of Industry's International Women's Day. It is an honor to be here again at this prestigious event, which is aimed at celebrating the various achievements of women in diverse fields of endeavor. But permit me to start by thanking our host, Mr. Kayode Pitam, and the entire management and board of the Bank of Industry for consistently advancing the cause of women's economic empowerment as part of the bank's mandate to bring about economic and social transformation across the diverse sectors of the Nigerian economy. But let me also thank the gender team and the organizing committee, at the BOI for the excellent arrangements made for this event. Indeed, this annual event has become one of the flagship programs of the bank. I'm particularly delighted also to have in our midst our distinguished guest of honor, Chief Mrs. Nike Akande, OON, CON, an eminent and accomplished woman of substance who has pushed the frontiers of women's critical role in leadership and decision-making in both the corporate and public sectors. She left an indelible footprint as the first female honorable minister, Federal Ministry of Industry from 1997 to 1999. Madam, it is always a pleasure to have you with us and benefit from your insight, experience, and perspectives. You're very much welcome. I'm also honored to have First Ladies from some states of the Federation who have joined us either physically or virtually. I think physically here we have Her Excellency, the First Lady of Yobe, but we're also expecting the First Ladies of Lagos State, Edo, Kebbi, and I understand the First Lady of Imo is joining us virtually. Let me also acknowledge our distinguished panelists, and I'm really delighted that they're all here, as well as our moderators who have accepted our invitation despite their very busy schedules. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're not strangers to the significance and enthusiasm that this special day holds for women worldwide. At every International Women's Day event, I'm always inspired and educated by the rich dialogue and sometimes necessary but difficult conversations about gender inequality in Nigeria. As you may recall, last year, we challenged each other regarding our biases and collectively pledged to address gender bias and other forms of discrimination that impede the advancement of women in our respective fields. The theme for this year's event is Embrace Equity. Equity is the true representation of leveling the playing field so that fairness is achieved along the path to success. This approach recognizes the reality of diverse circumstances and the need for adapting support systems to accommodate these various needs. Equity aims to ensure or achieve fairness in the treatment of individuals and situations in order to ensure positive outcomes. Most people would confuse equity and equality because they appear to mean the same thing and are related to how we treat one another. However, these concepts are distinct. To me, equality means that each individual or group of people has equal access to the same resources or opportunities. But when discussing equity, we recognize that each person is unique and requires tailored resources and opportunities to achieve equal outcomes. While equality treats everyone the same, disregarding the natural differences between people of different race, sex, social class, religion, and so on, this may be ideal, but it is difficult to achieve equity without considering the different circumstances of each individual. This is because our systems are designed in a manner that favors the majority. So to build an equitable system, we must first understand the individual challenges women face and provide tailored support for both personal and professional growth and development. More importantly, there is a need to create an environment in which women feel comfortable speaking about their needs as well as their challenges. We must embrace equity because if gender equality is the goal, equity is a means to that end. To do so, we must shift the narrative away from overflogging women's perceived shortcomings in order to address the systems and structures that stifle their growth. We must remain committed to collectively empowering women in our society by speaking out against gender discrimination and violence, providing equitable access to finance, enhancing entrepreneurial support, removing barriers for women economic empowerment by increasing their participation in global trade and closing wage gaps between the sexes. At the same gathering last year, we were discouraged by the non-passage of the Gender Equality Bill. It is noteworthy that the federal government has reacted to our concerns and has made concerted efforts to promote equity and advance the welfare of women in Nigeria. Recently, a high-level advisory council on women's economic empowerment and gender in Nigeria was inaugurated by Mr. President on 16 February 2023. This is to serve as an empowered coordination platform for public, private, and social sector discourse and collaboration on in-country women and girls-focused initiatives. At the same time, Mr. President also launched the Women Economic Empowerment Policy Dialogue and 2 federal government flagship programs, which are the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, AGILE, and the Nigeria Women Project, Scale Up, both of which are supported by the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, to understand what drives women's economic empowerment in Nigeria, the federal government elicited the perspectives of over 100,000 Nigerians, including grassroots women, government actors, captains of industry, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and tech entrepreneurs. This is expected to culminate in the implementation of a transformative national policy for women's economic empowerment in Nigeria on a larger scale. I therefore encourage everyone to become involved in these initiatives and seek ways to contribute. It has been observed that 90% of the world's businesses and more than half of global employment are concentrated in micro, small, and medium enterprises. Yet women run less than a third of all of these small businesses. Additionally, it is recognized that women have the right to a decent income, employment, fair working conditions, and a choice and voice in shaping their economic futures. To this end, we must foster the right conditions and capacities for every woman everywhere to realize her full economic potentials. At the policy level, we must ensure that trade policy works for women, including ensuring that public procurement also works for women, given the important role women play in the economy. Regarding market access opportunities for women in terms of goods and services, some of the benefits that women can reap by trading under the AFCFTA, including moving up the value chain, leveraging networks of women associations, upgrading their businesses, and more importantly, improving access to technology and tapping into new markets and investment opportunities. One of the important milestones in the trade sector to support women's economic empowerment is the 2017 Buenos Aires Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment, which Nigeria is the signatory of. And I do encourage each and every one of us to Google and have a look at this declaration and see how we can contribute towards its implementation in Nigeria. It has also been observed that many of the bilateral trade agreements that have been negotiated recently include a gender-specific provision. And another important point to note is to highlight that women's financial inclusion, despite growing global efforts, this has made little progress over the past decade. Women continue to face greater financial exclusion and vulnerability more than their male counterparts. So to advance women's financial inclusion and economic empowerment, funders and market facilitators need to acknowledge gender norms and understand how they limit women's ability to access, use, and benefit from financial services. Furthermore, in order to meet women's financial needs, it is pertinent to understand their lives and livelihoods. Our foremost development finance institution, the Bank of Industry, is also participating in this process, having set up a department dedicated to supporting women-owned and managed businesses. I think we need to applaud that. The bank is also working with various strategic partners to advance the cause of gender equality and economic empowerment. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we all can embrace equity, making it more than just a buzzword. It is something we must consider, value, embrace, and believe in wholeheartedly. We can challenge gender stereotypes, speak out against discrimination, call out bias, and work for inclusion. We can embrace equity from grassroots action to broad-scale momentum. Forging gender equity goes beyond women fighting good fights. Allies are critical to women's social, economic, cultural, and political advancement. We must all, including the men, play our part in embracing equity and creating an inclusive world. I therefore encourage us all to use this platform to raise the important issues and have faith that given the caliber of persons in this room, this forum will provide some answers, but at least key answers, that will help women advance. So to conclude, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, consider a world that is varied, equal, and inclusive, devoid of prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination. A world where diversity is embraced and cherished. Wouldn't that be remarkable? I believe we can work together to blur the borders of unfairness in a variety of arenas of influence. We can all embrace equity if we work together. I wish us all a very successful event. Happy International Women's Day. I thank you for your kind attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
One more round of applause for our chief host, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Miriam Elwaji Katagum. Right after that keynote address, we felt it was only appropriate that we have another rendition of the women's anthem, and we'll invite Yvelle to sing it one more time. And this second time, feel free to please have your seat as the anthem is sung.
Good morning, sirs and mas. It is such an honor to be here. One more time, we'll do the women's anthem, and please, I'd like you to sing along. And if you don't know the tune, you can voice along. It is so important that we do this because it further cements who we are and what we're about. Thank you so much.
All across the nation, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hearts and hungry children cry. Wishing for justice and development, and raise the hearts of all the people high. Oh, sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never ever cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. development and peace. Thank you so much.
You can make that round of applause louder for Yvelle. That was beautiful. Let me just tell you, there will be a lot of singing today. It's a celebration of women. So this is just a taste of what's to come. I'll keep the rest of the cat in the bag, but please get ready to have a party here because you are worth celebrating. And I heard someone say yes. I love that. I love that. All right. Again, let's appreciate and thank our chief host, Ambassador Miriam Katagum, for that wonderful keynote address. Let's put our hands together for her. For highlighting the continued need to speak out on gender equity issues, the need to continue to promote equitable access to finance, to increase women participation in global trade, and to close wage gaps. She also talked about fostering the right conditions for women everywhere to attain their dreams and aspirations and to continue to contribute to the growth of our institutions, our organizations, and our nations. So thank you so much one more time to our chief host for laying a solid foundation upon which we're going to build for the rest of the day. We want this event to trend on social media. So our hashtags are Embrace Equity, hashtag Embrace Equity, hashtag BOIIWD 2023. This event is the first International Women's Day event happening in Nigeria this year. I think we need to celebrate that. And the Bank of Industry is staying at the forefront of the conversation. Even though Women's Day is in a few days, this is the first event, so we're basically launching all the other conferences that will happen across Nigeria. This is the first. You want to celebrate that one more time, yeah? So the hashtags Embrace Equity, also tag Bank of Industry Nigeria on all, want to see all the conversations on social media. Again, let us appreciate our virtual audience. We have a lot of people who are joining us from all across the world, and I think we need to celebrate them with a round of applause. We have a couple of speakers, special guests and participants who are online. So if you're watching online, we really thank you for being a part of this conversation. All right, moving ahead, I would just do a couple of recognitions and invite our next speaker. We have the MD CEO, Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC, Mrs. Chizoba Malize, here with us. Can we welcome her with a round of applause? We recognized her earlier, but she is now in attendance, the Special Advisor to the President on Ease of Doing Business, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. All right, to make remarks right now, it gives me great honor, and it's a special privilege to welcome our very distinguished special guest of honor, the Group Chairman, Emerging Africa Capital Group, Chief Dr. Mrs. Onikepo Akonde. Now, before I bring her up, let me do a roll call. The Chief Doctor was the first female Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry. I think we need to celebrate that. That's where we'll start. A two-time Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. Don't get tired, don't get tired. In many ways, a forerunner for the Bank of Industry because she was a former director at the NIDB, which is now the Bank of Industry. So she's a veteran of all things BOI. Now, Chief Mrs. Akonde went to school. In case you have any doubt about it, let me tell you. University of North London, Harvard Business School, Oxford University, you're not clapping, no? International Institute of Management and Development, Switzerland, INSEAD, Business School at Abu Dhabi. Come on, she's loaded. She is also a Harvard-trained professional and investment expert, chairman of NEPAD Business Group Nigeria, director of PZ Cousins Foundation, group chairman, Emerging Africa Capital Limited, member of advisory board, NLNG, member of Africa Business Roundtable, director of Union Bank of Nigeria, honorable life vice president of NASIMA, deputy national president, NASIMA, director of Nigeria Industrial Development. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a superwoman. Please welcome Chief Dr. Mrs. Onikepo Akonde, CON, our distinguished guest of honor, to deliver her remark. And can I add, she has a delectable smile.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Someone told me as I was coming up, just say you stand on existing protocols. But I will crave your indulgence. I'd like to recognize one or two people. How can I not recognize the chief host? The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, my dear sister, a great achiever with unbelievable humility, a woman who has touched many lives in many positive ways, Ambassador Mariam Yerwaji Katangu, our chief host. Other ministers here present, Your Excellencies, various First Ladies of many states, the Managing Director of Bank of Industry, Mr. Olukayode Piton, the banker with Midas touch. And his very supportive wife, Dr. Mrs. Femi Piton. Numerous dignitaries who are gracing this event and who, due to time constraints, I am unable to mention individually. I know so many people in this hall. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the vigilant press, but permit me, let me crave your indulgence to recognize the few men who are bold enough to be here this morning. Thank you. We need their support. It is with great pleasure that I address this highly distinguished gathering assembled to celebrate the 2023 edition of the International Women's Day. I wish to place on record my gratitude to the Bank of Industry for inviting me to make my modest contributions to the ongoing global dialogue on Embrace Equity, which is the campaign theme for this year's Universal Celebration of Womanhood. 64-year-old Bank of Industry, Nigeria's largest and most successful development finance institution, is an organization that I'm always very proud to be associated with. My relationship with the bank dates back to the early 1990s, when I served on the board of Nigerian Industrial Development Bank, NIDB, between 1990 and 1994. In the late 1990s, I became NIDB supervising minister when I was appointed Minister of Industry twice, in 1997 and 1998, thus becoming Nigeria's first female Minister of Industry. Thank you. This explains why I am so delighted to be part of this year's highly impressive celebrations under the auspices of one of my female successors in the now expanded Ministry of Industry. My relationship with the bank continued well after I left government in the organized private sector at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, which are both Bank of Industry's strong domestic development partners. And only a couple of weeks ago, I led the board of Imagine Africa Group on an exploratory business visit to Bank of Industry's head office, where we were warmly received by the bank's highly resourceful managing director and chief executive, Mr. Olukayode Pito, along with members of his hard-working team. I know that the bank supports many women-owned and managed businesses in collaboration with its domestic and foreign development partners. I have gone to this great length to underscore the fact that Bank of Industry's leadership in elevating the International Women's Celebration in Nigeria to this grand scale in recent years is driven by its deep conviction, strong conviction, and commitment to advancing the cause of women in view of the indispensable catalytic role they play in the bottom-up development process from rural and urban communities to state and national levels. Having excelled as a young girl in school and career, despite limitations that could have been deterrent, especially as a female in a life's journey, explains my devotion to pro-women development initiatives that could potentially accelerate the attainment of development aspirations at all levels, from community to state and national. In appreciation of God's enormous grace, I have resolved to dedicate the rest of my life to motivating and inspiring the Nigerian girl child. Young Nigerian ladies and Nigerian women to become the best that they can be, not only in Nigeria, but anywhere they find themselves in this now globalized world. This forum provides a veritable platform for the pursuit of these objectives. As regards inspiration, as we all know, Nigerian women and young ladies have continued to distinguish themselves nationally and internationally in all spheres. By their outstanding accomplishment, they have been motivating young Nigerian girls and women. Some notable ones in the diaspora include Mrs. Amina Mohammed of the United Nations, Dr. Ngozi Nkojo-Iweala of WTO, Kemi Badenoch, one of Nigeria's top ministers, Dr. Ijeoma Akuili, late Professor Dora Akuili's daughter, who recently made history as the first Black chief medical officer at the Jersey City Medical Center in the United States of America. There is also our globally acclaimed literary giant, Chima Ngozi Adichie. We will continue to celebrate the first female son in Nigeria, the matriarch of the bar, Chief Folake Sholanke, CON, my role model and mentor, and also the first female justice of Nigeria, Justice Aloma Mariam Mukhtar, for heading one of the important arms of government. We eagerly look forward to when we shall have the first female Senate president or first female president in Nigeria. In entrepreneurship, we have Ladi Kwali, the porter, Mrs. Folorunsho Alakija, Dr. Mrs. Dere Awoshika, Dr. Stella Okoli, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, Mrs. Kofo Akikube are shining examples across generations. And in politics, Nigeria's history is deplete with exploits of Sawaba Gambo, Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, Margaret Echo, the vocal women of ABBA, who all emulated heroines like the legendary Queen Amina of Zaria, and Moremi of Ile-Ife, who were noted for their courage and bravery. The common denominators for these great Nigerian women are their very high levels of competence, capability, and capacity, as well as hard work, diligence, and integrity. These outstanding women and so many others across Nigeria present viable role models for the girl child and the Nigerian women, that they can achieve any heights with determination and resilience. My message is that there are no viable or sustainable shortcuts to the top. Knowledge acquisition through sound education, retraining where necessary, skills acquisition, and exposure to capacity building programs are essential for progression to the top in all our endeavors. As a woman, we, in most cases, have to work twice and thrice as hard as our male counterparts in order to excel beyond doubts in this highly competitive world. It is gratifying that our young girls are accounting for most of the first-class degrees awarded and prizes at graduation ceremonies of most Nigerian universities. Our girls are graduating with first-class degrees from foreign universities. Women are noted for their patience, tolerance, resilience, endurance, and multitasking capabilities. This explains why women are able to succeed at home and at work by striking the right balance between their career and domestic responsibilities, which include procreation and nurturing. Anatomically, women are conditioned to go through the challenges of pregnancy, the rigors and pains of labor, and nurturing babies from birth to adulthood. This gives credence to the saying that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Many great men have even attributed their successes to the high-quality upbringing they received from their mothers. I need to stress the importance of mentoring and hand-holding. No matter how knowledgeable, how brilliant, or skillful we are, guidance and support by mentor helps in the actualization of our potentials. On behalf of elder stateswomen and female forerunners in the public and private sectors, business and other spheres, I hereby assure you of our readiness to mentor and unhold promising young ladies and women as they navigate their way to the top in their respective undertakings. Please clap for us. Thank you. Thank you. I urge you all to seize the opportunity of this excellent platform provided by Bank of Industry to network. I hope you all have your complimentary cards with you. Make friends, establish contacts that can be built upon for life. As an elderly and experienced woman, I like to state some self-destructive practices that have continued to retard the progress of women, especially in our society. I would like to make a passionate plea. Please let us put an end to the long-held view that women are our own greatest enemies. From experience, I know how we women undermine each other. Some of these negative, detrimental tendencies are driven by envy, jealousy, petty rivalries that are absolutely unnecessary. The sky is wide for everybody can soar. You know, if I say this in Yoruba, you will explain, you will understand it. Ojú ọ̀run ó tẹ́yẹ fò láì farakanra. Thank you. Consider my age and experience in life. Please believe me and trust me as one who has seen a lot. In view of our prevailing circumstances, please let us be our sisters' keepers. Let the positive energies generated by today's celebration, so well organized by Bank of Industry, abide by us for the rest of our lives. We should not go back to negative habits and tendencies after such a wonderful celebration. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me summarize with some life lessons, ways to rise to the top. As I mentioned earlier, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. I can assure you, I know the way, I'm going the way, and I'm here to show the way. In my own little way, I want to share my expertise and to suggest the ways to rise to the top. The qualities of a leader are education, hard work, honesty, transparency, intellectual and professional rigor, a winning mindset, and courage. Confidence in yourself. Apart from these qualities, there are some strategies that one can adopt to get to the top, like build networks, I keep on referring to this, and alliances. Take full advantage of training opportunities, especially in the early parts of your career. Always sit up front at seminars and conferences like we are having today. Watch women who are successful in your career and industry and try to figure out what characteristics seem to drive their success. Play to your strength. Do not be afraid of fear. Am I good enough? Am I smart enough? Will I fail? Throw caution to the winds. Look fear straight away in the ugly face and barge forward. Do not lose your sense of humor. Sometimes when I go to seminars like this, my husband will just, you are going for your big grammar again, this. And then I will laugh, and I say, I'm going to another one again. No? Do not drive into water if you do not know how deep it is. When women are given respect, the ability, and the freedom to pursue their personal dreams and ambitions, life improves for everyone. Women are capable and as energetic and inspiring as men. We don't want a situation that is business as usual. No doubt, getting to the top is relatively harder to achieve for women. For instance, most of the countries in the world and many large corporations are yet to have female leaders at the helm of affairs. Notwithstanding, we have seen the number of female leaders in the public and private sectors across the world, including Nigeria, grown significantly and steadily over the last decade. This development and trend are quite reassuring. Let me at this point challenge women, including men that are here, who are in the leadership positions across board, to support more women into electable or other leadership positions. It is time we consciously adopt younger women and mentor them in a manner that will facilitate their moves and quest to leadership ranks and positions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've listed the qualities of a good leader, the strategies to adopt. I will conclude by saying, on your way to the top, you will stumble and fail. You will experience both disaster and triumph, sometimes on the same day. But it is important to remember that this is a hangover. Neither triumphs nor defeat lasts forever. You know they both pass, and a new day arrives. So just try and make the new day count. Thank you very much for your kind attention. To the Nigerian woman, I keep saying striving. To our highly distinguished Bank of Industry and hardworking board, management and staff, I say keep waxing stronger. To our highly supportive minister, my dear sister, we say a big thank you and pray that the Almighty God continue to bless her. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria as we usher in a new and prosperous dawn. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, make that round of applause loud one more time.
Wow. Indeed, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You know, this was such a rich and powerful remark. Can we celebrate her one more time? Thank you very much. Chief Dr. Mrs. Onikepo Akonde, OON. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, when she was talking and showing us through examples of Nigerian women that have done excellently well, it reminded me of a quote that I really love. And it says, and it's by Marianne Williamson, and it says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, exceptional, outstanding? When the actual question is, who am I not to be? Who am I not to be outstanding? Who am I not to be brilliant? Who am I not to be exceptional? And further down the quote, he says, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. So when she listed several Nigerian women, home and abroad, who were doing fantastic things, what it did was reinstate hope in our hearts that we can do it as women, and we will do it. So cheers to being dauntless, to being bold, to being audacious, and to being fearless. Women, one more time, and every distinguished guest in the room, can we celebrate again Chief Dr. Mrs. Onikepo Akonde for an outstanding remark. Thank you very much. And I dare say she's the most gracious, youngest, fashionable woman in the room. Please celebrate her. Please celebrate her. Thank you for your rich and deep words of advice to everyone in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we just want to say again, thank you to all our mothers and matriarchs who have gone the way and who are showing the way. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our Chief Akonde emphasized the need to build bonds and the need to build networks. So we're going to do something that is fun very shortly. But before we do that, Moji,
I'd like to very quickly recognize a few of our distinguished guests who have just joined us. This SSA to the President on SDGs, Princess Adejoke Orelope Adefulure. Thank you very much for joining us. Can we please celebrate her with a warm round of applause? Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the Director General, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Chinyere Almona. A round of applause for her. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the representative of the First Lady of Lagos State, Mrs. Shade Ononuga. Thank you very much for joining us and representing the First Lady of Lagos State. Thank you. We have the wives of two of our executive directors in the room, and I'd like to recognize them very quickly. Dr. Mrs. Nafisa Wali Omar, thank you very much for joining us. The wife of Mr. Omar Shekaral, thank you. We also have Mrs. Afyong Usen Efyong, wife of Mr. Usen Okon Efyong. Thank you very much for joining us today at this beautiful occasion.
all right, we're taking time to do these recognitions because we want to celebrate everyone as much as we can. As we said earlier, as the event goes on, we'll continue to attempt to expand our protocol list and continue with the celebration. All right, we want to do something fun. We promised you that today will be a lot of fun and it will be a party. All right, so Moji and I are going to do something fun. Let's move to the center, Moji. All right, so DJ, get our special song ready. We want to do a pose.
Yes.
Moji, do you want to tell us what this pose is about?
We're embracing equity.
Yes.
And so we'll demonstrate that and illustrate it to you. And then we'll ask everyone to please rise. And then we'll take a group picture because we want everyone mentally and physically to embrace equity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, please rise.
All right, and we're going to do this from two angles because we want to capture it very well, okay? So our photographers will come to the front, capture us from this angle. Then you see the top where the exhibition is happening. They will also go there and capture a sky view. Is that okay? And everyone will turn for that. So we're going to start from the front, and DJ is going to give us a song for this pose. Moji, do you want to show us the pose? We're embracing
this
equity.
Song is a song that we all love. A transgenerational song that has not gone out of style.
Fashion, yes.
I'm sure you will figure out what the song is very shortly. Please rise, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will now strike the IWD 2023 pose as we officially embrace equity today.
Okay, I can see some people doing like this. That's Wakanda. It's not Wakanda. It's
So it's this way.
You embrace. It's almost like you're carrying a baby. See, the ambassador
Photographers,
got it
can we get this
perfectly.
quickly?
Please clap for our ambassador. Come on. Just follow her. Yes. That's it.
So let's embrace. Photographers, do we have this? You can do it with a warm smile because we're happy to embrace equity. Please, with a warm smile.
DJ, can we have that song now? Embrace, you say equity. Embrace.
Equity.
Embrace.
Equity.
Put your hands together for yourselves.
International Women's Day 2023 brought to you by Bank of Industry. Now let's get the conversation started. We will officially introduce our first panel conversation today. It promises to be awesome. I love the panel conversations that we have prepared for today because it cuts across different generations. And we'll be listening to amazing women. We have brought distinguished women to have several conversations. So please stay tuned, fasten your seatbelt. It's about to be a sweet ride.
All right, our first panel has the topic Navigating Gender Stereotypes. And we'll just quickly call on our moderator and then call on the panelists to come on stage. Please, we need you to celebrate them with loud, enthusiastic applauses as they come forward.
Our moderator is an Arise TV anchor, presenter, and host. She's an award-winning TV presenter, a broadcast journalist, event host, and the creative director of Abbé Bitan. Her career spans working in various TV, radio, and online platforms, including channels, Ebony Live, Red TV, Inspiration FM, and Arise News. She has a master's degree in international broadcast journalism from Birmingham City University. She's currently the entertainment correspondent for Arise News, and in October 2020 was the lead reporter on NSA's A Call for an End to Police Brutality in Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome our moderator for the first panel conversation today, Miss Shaitan Atigari. A round of applause for her as she comes up stage to make welcome other members of her panel conversation to do justice to the first topic today.
All right, and the first panelist is Miss Aisha Bashir, the founder, CEO, Khan Diaries. Aisha has a passion for food, agriculture, and the advancement of women. Her focus is on finding solutions to feeding the world's growing population and creating sustainable incomes for smallholder farmers, particularly women in Nigeria. She's an entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Khan, produced as Calm, or Charm, I beg your pardon, a dairy business that partners with pastoralist communities to bring a regular supply of fresh milk and other dairy-based nutrition into people's lives. She has 3 degrees from Stanford University in the US, a BA in International Relations, MS in Environment and Resources, and an MBA. And she attended Wycombe Abbey School in the UK for her secondary education and Corona Primary School, Ikoyi, Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Aisha Bashir. And next, we have Mrs. Philippa Osakwe Okoye, who is the principal, Boston Consulting Group. Philippa is a core member of the BCG Financial Services practice with over 10 years of consulting experience supporting large-scale transformations in Africa, providing advice on strategy, operating model improvements, functional enhancements, and performance improvement. In addition to her financial services work, Philippa has a passion for public sector projects, specifically at the intersection of government and financial inclusion efforts. Before joining BCG, Philippa gained extensive experience in investment banking, and she holds a BSc in operations research from Columbia University. Can we welcome Mrs. Philippa Osakwe Okoye with a round of applause?
Thank you very much for joining this panel conversation. Coming up next, we have Miss Sandra Tubo Bereni. She founded Tubo in 2014, armed with her creative vision to change the world through fashion and through her daring imagination and audacity. Miss Tubo, as she's fondly called, has stitched a distinct and recognizable aesthetic through the Tubo brand. She's a graduate of Coventry University, where she obtained an MBA with a first class in global financial services with experience in business development. She also holds a BSc in economics and is an alumni of the Lagos Business School. Tubo believes in celebrating and empowering women through clothes. Her bespoke pieces encapsulate the vibrancy of African culture merged with contemporary global influences. As a self-taught designer, her passion fuels her ability to create and push the boundaries of style and creativities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's now make welcome Miss Sandra Tubo Bereni to join this panel conversation. Now, last but definitely not the least, we have the Chief Executive Officer of 5554 Technologies Incorporated, popularly known as Bankly. Bankly is a technology-driven financial institution with the core mission of digitizing cash to the unbanked and enabling businesses in informal sector accept payments and grow income safely. She started a career as an analyst at Meristem and proceeded for MBA at SP Jain School of Global Management in the Dubai, Singapore, and Australia campuses. Prior to Bankly, she was part of the founding team of a micro-lending tech startup where she developed products such as smart credit and AgroMall, solving access to credit for smallholder farmers. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to join this conversation, please make welcome CEO Bankly, Mrs. Tomilola Majekodumi.
All right, so we now hand over to our moderator, Ms. Shei, who will moderate this first panel. Thank you.
Mic check, okay, is this on? Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I am so excited about this first panel conversation, Navigating Gender Stereotypes, and I think even more importantly, because this year is about embracing equity, which I believe is the next level of equality. Do you agree with me, ladies? All right then, so let's get straight into it. Now, before I guess start asking you questions, I wanted to just very quickly highlight on what the difference is between equity and equality. Now, I'm doing that because I realized in my research that both words can be used interchangeably. However, they don't mean the same thing. And why it's important to understand, acknowledge, and of course value this is because this year's campaign theme, Embracing Equity, seeks to get the world talking about why equal opportunities are no longer enough and can in fact sometimes become exclusionary rather than inclusive. Now, equality means giving each individual or group of people the same resources or opportunities. However, equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. So today is not just about equality, it's about meeting women where they are. If I could just just put our hands together for just the beautiful women that are in this room this afternoon. Can I just put our hands together for every woman here who is embracing equity? Now, the goal of this is to change systemic and structural barriers that get in the way of people's ability to thrive. Now, coming to you, I mean, we have very well represented here. We have, fintech. I believe we have fintech on here. We have someone from the fashion industry. We have someone from agriculture. So I would like to ask you this. Now, in your professional experiences, and I would run it this way, I would ask a question and I would just like each panelist to answer. In your experience, in your professional background, what are those gender stereotypes that you personally have had to face, and how were you able to overcome them? Bearing in mind that we're now talking about equity as a goal. So we'll start with you, Aisha.
Hi, Sheraton, thanks. So I have two examples for you. So I have two examples for you. I think early on in my career, I think one area where this stood out was during a salary negotiation. And as I was putting in my case for why my performance had met the requirements for a salary increase, the conversation turned into, what would I need the money for? I'm single, I'm unmarried, I have no children. So what would I need to spend the money on, right? And that kind of took me aback because you hear about all the experiences that the women came before you had, but that type of conversation didn't really cross my mind as something that would happen at the time. So it didn't happen because I didn't have an answer for that. I am unmarried, I am single, and I don't have children. So if that's the basis of which that promotion was going to happen, I would fail. So I would use that as one example. The second example, so I'm a Lagosian, but I moved to Abuja about 5 years ago. and I wear multiple identities. I'm a northern woman. I'm young. And so when people see my name on a business card or an invitation, sorry about that. They picture something. They have certain assumptions about the person who's going to walk into the room. So sometimes I cover my hair, sometimes I don't. So when this appears in the room, people are taken aback because there is an expectation as to how I should look, how I should behave, and how I should present myself, right? So I went to a meeting at a ministry, and the gentleman I went to meet with spent 30 minutes lecturing me about how I should dress. And in between the lecture, every few moments, he would say, "I hope I'm not offending you. I'm just trying to be an uncle in this situation." So we spent 30 minutes. I dutifully listened and respectfully just kept my ears open as best as I could. And I left the meeting without achieving my objective. So I think my biggest learning from that in terms of how you manage and cope is that I think about my objectives as what do I need to do? And the hurdles I need to overcome become a means to an end, right? So if I need to go to a ministry, I will think about how I dress. And I will adjust my dressing because I have a goal. There is something I need to achieve at the end of that conversation. So if I need to conform to a particular way of looking or dressing, it's a means to an end. It doesn't take anything away from me to do that as long as I achieve that objective at the end of the day. It may not be the answer that everybody wants to hear, but I think you just need to pick your battles and decide on what you really want at the end of the day.
While you were answering the question, and you said the man who was, I guess, interviewing you at the time said, "I hope you're not offended." I heard someone in the crowd say, "Ah." You know, these things happen more often than you would imagine, and that's why we're here today, to have these conversations. We among, these are women, and it's something that we need to start making sure that we adjust the way we think. And for me, coming out of that, I'm getting that you experienced this gender stereotype in your mode of dressing. I guess it didn't appeal to the interviewer at the time. And of course, negotiating a salary that you believed was what you deserved. But the lesson that you are taking out from that is, you know what? I know why I'm here. And as a means to an end, I'm going to just conform, but that doesn't change who I am. So please, a round of applause for Aisha. That's a beautiful answer. So I'm going to move to Philippa. Philippa, my workout queen. This is someone that is a very, very physically in shape because I did research into every single person. Now, please tell me, I hope you do not whoop anybody. How have you been able to navigate the gender stereotypes and how have they presented themselves in your professional experience?
Thanks, Shaitan. This is a topic I'm very passionate about because I think it affects us as women both personally and professionally. I'll start off with an example that's quite personal, and I think a lot of women will feel this way. Imposter syndrome. Am I enough? My dear friend Aisha talked about, going into a negotiation setting and being very clear about her value. But what about when you, as a woman, go into those same settings and actually undermine your value? So I've done that. I've actually underrepresented myself for a job, gone into an interview, been offered a CEO job, and thought, actually, maybe I should go for a head of department and work my way up to the CEO role. And actually had someone tell me, but you're good enough to be a CEO. I think you should take that role. And then I didn't take it because I thought, I'm not ready. I need to work hard. I need to deserve the right to be in that room. How many times have you been in a board meeting and thought, my idea is not good enough to speak up, but you're the most knowledgeable person? We know that women are more thoughtful in their responses. We think before we speak often. And that reaction time often means that we have a lower share of voice in meetings. Which brings me to my second point, professionally. Sitting in board meetings, in rooms where I may be the only woman, potentially the youngest, but still, I'm in that room. So in my day-to-day life, I'm a consultant. I'm a principal at BCG, where we get to work with many of the leading corporate organizations, advising directly CEOs and board members. And in that capacity, it's important that my clients trust me. They listen to me, they hear me. But what happens when you enter a room and you have to buy the agency of the most senior man in the room to earn the right to speak? I'm lucky that I'm in a profession and I work in an organization that supports me. But not a lot of women have those same opportunities. Working into a board meeting, and automatically it's assumed that my more junior male colleague, who's probably 5, 6 levels more junior than me, is actually more senior than me. I'm in a conversation with this gentleman, and he's not looking at me, he's not speaking to me, he's speaking to my colleague. And I confront him. Excuse me, sir, I'm driving this conversation. Shall we speak? No, I think it's important that we listen to your boss. No, actually, he's not my boss. I brought him here to take notes. Thank you. Please look at me while we speak. So I think it's important to emphasize the external and the internal elements, because it's a cycle. We need to build our confidence. We need the right stimuli and emotional and mentorship support to be able to build that confidence. And externally, we need the right settings that set us up for success to be able to drive these interactions and progress in a manner that befits the value that we add to society.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for that response. What I got from that is sometimes you just have to put your foot down and you have to let them know I'm in charge here and you need to listen to me. You cannot speak to me that way just because I am a woman. Thank you so much for that. I'm coming over to Tubo. I would love for you to also share with us your experiences navigating gender stereotypes and how you were able to overcome such challenges.
Thank you so much. So for me, can you hear me? Okay, so for me, I feel like I've been dealing with stereotype my whole life. So personally, first of all, I'm the only child of my mother and my father. And I think my own stereotype even just started with family just insisting that my mom had another child, even though they didn't know what she was dealing with. And so you would hear statements like, why would you even give birth to just one child? And even the one person that you've even given birth to is a girl, she's useless. What would you do with a girl child? What would she amount to? And they would even call you names as bad as she's a witch. Because if she wasn't a witch, she wouldn't have blocked her mother's womb for other children to come. And I feel like that already made me grow up so quickly and so fast that I had so much to prove as a girl child growing up in that community. And I thought that it would end, with, trying to be excellent. And I feel like that even put pressure on my mother to just make sure that I was excellent with education and everything. And I just felt like maybe by the time I'm an adult, people will start to see me for the intelligent girl that I am, but it didn't end there. I had to grow up, going to the university, and still had to deal with all of that growing up. I matured to an age where it was time to probably give me like my inheritance, and my uncles looked at me and said, as a girl child, you're not entitled to any inheritance. So even the ones that were supposed to come to my dad, if he didn't have a male child, he didn't have anything to pass on to me. And so you're dealing with all of that, and you're having to start a business from scratch without any of that. And because my parents already had something to prove, even though all I wanted to be as a little girl, because my mom used to be a seamstress, was a designer or a fashion entrepreneur, it was more important for them that I had a finance degree as opposed to anything else. And then I could just use fashion as a hobby. And I think that even brings me to my second point. So even the industry that I've chosen to operate in, it's almost like a feminine industry. And so you're taking almost less seriously when you stand in places with like people in fintech, in medicine. The industry itself is almost like something that was started from women with crafts and everything. So you're almost not taking seriously. But I feel like that's something that has put me in a place where I feel I have to almost stand very upright. I have to carry myself with a lot of integrity. I have to deal with in excellence. And I think that's what takes me to a global stage, because I'm constantly trying to prove myself. And I also try to, you know, apply the same rules to the people that I lead in my organization, and just make sure that everybody has like a level playing ground, and there's no difference between the male people that work under me or the female. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tuba. Just to quickly add on there, gone are the days where being a girl child was a bad thing. Yeah. Gone are those days. Now you have a woman, and you can just tell, you know that once a woman puts her mind to something, she will definitely achieve it. So definitely a round of applause for all the women here that are doing amazing, amazing things. Now I'm going to come to you, Tomi.
Yes, thank you, Shaitan. All of the women before me have shared experiences I can relate to. But they say that for every level, there's a different trouble. I think I would like to share more recent or more top-of-mind challenges I'm facing as a leader. So there's this stereotype about your perception of who a leader should be, especially when you're female. Now, men are expected to display more assertive, agentic characteristics, like to be more femmer, to be able to say no, to be able to call out bullshit, rather than when a woman does exactly the same thing, you're considered, there's certain names for you in behind the scene. And so it just poses challenges that men never have to think about, because you have to be on your toes, to watch your tone, and we all know that leadership is a dance, meaning that sometimes you have to channel the warrior style while they expect you to be more nurturing, more communal. So I think that's been top of mind for me, because as you get to a level and you keep hiring more senior level executives into your company who are of other gender, you then start to see that when you call out something, they want to downplay it, or they don't want to take it seriously. They want to play over what you're addressing. I think that's been majorly top of mind for me. I think the second thing is also that stereotype of women when you're trying to close business deals. More recently, so there are partners or people within my industry that I'm very familiar with, that I've known for years. And when I'm trying to talk to them about business, they're more, I think it's unconscious, they're more caring. How are you? How is it going? Are you okay? Is everything fine? Now, so recently I got a chief commercial officer, and the same relationship I have, that they know me. It's not that the relationship is different, and he has. Within 5 minutes, they've closed. It's like men bond over business deals. Meanwhile, they're looking at you and say, is she okay? Can she handle the pressure? And so it just brings me to the challenges or the share of mind you have to worry about that men would never have to. But in the earlier days, I have two examples. I remember during an incubator that from Bankley, there were 15 of us, and I was the only female. And there was this open program, and there was this man that was called to come and speak. So being the only female, as he was having a conversation with me, he said, where are your other women? And I said, okay, doing different things everywhere. He said, they're busy wearing lipstick. And yeah, literally, and I said, I'm wearing lipstick and I'm here. So I actually like that being able to still be feminine and showing your excellence means that you're actually posing a positive brand for any other woman. Because I guess, what did he expect me to look like? A backpack, t-shirts, and look manly because I want to be in fintech. I think that was, and the second example is one I've shared more publicly. I walked into very early days because being in financial services, it requires a lot of partnerships from top banks to top telecommunication companies. And so I went into a meeting with my chief technology officer. I was single at that time. He was married with kids. It was it wasn't small stature, that was much more smaller than this. And then I walked into the meeting went well, this partnership was going to go. And towards the end, we pulled out our business card, so I could relate with Aisha when she was talking about pulling out the business card. And the guy looked and said, you are the CEO? So what did you think? And I'm like, yes, and he went on to kind of try advising me about, are you sure you know what you're getting into? Because all the time, it just felt, like you said, out there talking to the man, I just felt that, what did you think was boss here? So that's part of the experience I've found during the early days and just now. So it's navigating it, is learning that there are things you would have to worry about that others or of the other gender would never have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Very good responses. I'm thoroughly enjoying this panel. I just want to highlight at this point that we're going to be ending this panel with questions. So please, if you have any questions, don't feel free. There are notes on each table and pens as well. Please just write down your question and hand it over to one of the members of the team, the ushers, who will be going around to collect the questions. So let's move on now to my second question to you. And before I had highlighted the fact that we have different sectors represented on here. Now, if we are looking at the way Nigeria works, and I'm saying Nigeria just, because that's where we are now. I'm talking about Nigeria and, of course, on a global scale. Now, there are certain policies, there are certain frameworks, there are certain strategies that are currently in place that already stand as a barrier for women, achieving their goals. Now, I want to find out, in your area of expertise, I don't want us to give generic answers anymore. I want us to, what are those policies that you believe in your area of expertise we should start having conversations about? I mean, we are looking at more women leaders, more women leaders, not just in our communities anymore, but even in government. Earlier, Chief Dr. Mrs. Akande mentioned the fact that, very soon we're going to have a first female president. And at that point, my applause was the loudest because that's what we want for this nation. But before we get there, can we start to talk about those policies that you believe should start to change in your professional experience? I'll start with you again, Aisha.
Sure. So I'm going to answer this question a little differently to the way you asked it, in that I think this applies to all sectors. One thing I found with kind of helping women move up the career ladder is that, back to your definition of the difference between equality and equity, is where people start from. People start from different bases, and sometimes it's a question of luck as to whether or not the organization you worked in recognized your skills and effort and promoted you accordingly, right? So one of the things I think every employer should be doing is thinking about, when you are advertising for a job, before you go out and interview candidates, the first thing you should do is be very open and transparent about what compensation you're putting to that job. Because what often happens, from my experience in this environment, is that your current salary is what your employer uses to choose what they pay you, irrespective of the skills required for a job. So you might have a job that, let's say, is going with a monthly salary of ₦1 million, right?
I would like that job.
And you have several candidates, good experience, tick all the boxes. They all have different current salaries. Some may be at 500, some may be at 600, some may be at 900, right? But through the interview process, the employer feels that he or she has the upper hand because, ooh, this person who's currently earning 400 has the same skills, set of experiences, and is going to do a great job. I'm going to hire cheaply because I saved myself 600,000, even though I was willing to pay $1 million for that role, right? And unfortunately, women get caught in that a lot of the time, right? Because whether it's that we're not negotiating hard enough, we're a bit timid when we get into negotiations, right? But what employers can do is to say, this job, the value of this job is X, and I'm going to stick to the value of this job, irrespective of what that starting point is. So in many Western countries, you find that already in terms of the legal, the laws say that employers are not allowed to ask people what they're currently being paid. So that is a key policy that we can implement in this country to say employers should not demand. I mean, you'll hear people say things like, oh, I'm being asked to show my last month's payslip as part of the interview process, right? That shouldn't be allowed, right? If you fit the requirements for the role and you do well in the interviews, you should pay what that employer can pay.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that. So, just to summarize what you've said, it should be illegal. If I go and interview for a job now, nobody should ask me to bring my former payslip.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Aisha. Coming to you, Philippa.
Great. So I think for me, it's thinking about how we can be a bit more intentional. So when we have these discussions, we're talking about representation at the top, and we're probably talking about the pipeline at the bottom. But what does the funnel look like? Because I think the shape is very important to make this sustainable. Do we have enough representation at the middle? And what are those potential challenges that women face at the middle? And I can now make this more personal. So I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I have 2 kids. I started my current job with my second one just being 3-4 months old, day 1 on the job. How do we think about how to support women so they can make bold choices like that? Choose to interview. I actually interviewed pregnant. Look for a job that suits your purposes pregnant. Start and change careers at a critical time. I remember the conversations that I was having around the time. How could you be thinking about changing jobs at this time? There's COVID, and in addition, you're pregnant. You should not be thinking about these things. No employer is going to look at you at this stage. But actually, these things are quite important. Now, back to the funnel and the challenges. I think one way we could approach this is to think about more family-oriented policies. So we have a lot of discussions around maternal leaves, but I think paternal leaves are also important because men need to take up more domestic responsibilities to also free up capacity for women to be able to do the things that they need to do. That's one approach. What about affordable childcare? A lot of times you want to take a job, but the hours and the demands of it mean that you cannot be an attentive, available parent. How does the workplace, the work environment support you to make those choices? So in some economies, some of that childcare cost is actually borne by the government. We don't have those sort of policies today. So I think freeing women capacities by thinking about the role of men and how we support them to also play a bigger part of home, thinking about the children and what it takes, because a lot of women have to play those dual roles personally and professionally, and thinking about how to blend that into the ways that we support women, I think is important. And then maybe one last point around flexible work, right? I think one of the big learnings now is that remote work is possible, but actually in a weird way, remote work actually also hurts women, because now you're at home with children who potentially may or may not be in school, and you're taking care of them and working at the same time. And a lot of that, we need to bring diverse perspectives into the room, into how we create and design these policies so that they can work for all and be more inclusive in their design and operationalization as well.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for that response. As you were talking, I remember the news story I came across. In Spain, they just passed the first paid menstrual leave law. Mm-hmm. So you can actually get paid. You're allowed to go on leave if you experience severe cramps, and you are paid for your time off. Imagine a bright future like that for Nigeria, where you are actually giving time off to go through, what I can only say, only a woman can understand what those moments are like. But I'll move on now to Tubo. If you can share with me, and I'm very particularly interested in this because, fashion, we were talking about, how much fashion has contributed to the global GDP for the world, as opposed to even other businesses. So what policies would you, as someone who is experienced in that field, would you say should be touched on and probably changed for a better, equitable Nigeria?
So for me, I feel access to adequate funding, just so that people, because it's such a feminine industry, it's almost taking like a hobby, without understanding that fashion has contributed between 1.7 to 2.5 trillion dollars in the past 2 years, as at the McKinsey report of 2022. But every time you come up with a plan and you say, you know, I have a fashion business and I'm trying to go global, it's almost like it's not taken seriously. Do you understand? It's somebody else who has like a fintech or another business will be taken more seriously, and those kind of funds will be awarded to the person instead. When you talk about, you know, trying to develop fashion as a business, people just think, oh, we can just do one small forum, we can give out sewing machines. It's like, it just stops at tailoring. Nobody takes it as an actual serious industry. So policies like that, I feel, will go a long way.
Definitely. Do we agree with her? Do we agree with her? Okay, all right then. Let's move on now to Tommy.
Thanks, Shaitan. I think I would like to zoom in on pipeline building because I feel in financial services, there are women at the top, even not as much because, I mean, not as much as we want, but if you see Central Bank of Nigeria, for instance, there are women at the top, but for 64 years of the institution, there's been no official CBN governor. But I think when we come back to pipeline building, is making sure that we fill those gaps that Philippa was talking about, which means sponsorship, not just mentorship. Let's say women identifying younger ones they could sponsor to say, what can I impact? What access do I have that I can plug her into? And so that we keep building that funnel very fast. And so when that opportunities open up, it's not just, because sometimes it's the pool they can pick from. So you have more, maybe a role open, and then you have 90% of the candidates men, and they have just 10%. So the probability of picking a white ball would opt for more of the men. So if we expand that pipeline to have probability being 50-50 because we've sponsored people and equipped them to be at those positions or to equip them to be able to take those positions, we'll find that we would have more women where they should be and we'll have the equity that we demand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for those brilliant, brilliant responses. We're going to be rounding up soon and going to the questions from the audience. But my final question to you ladies, and I would like to keep these responses as short as possible, talking about the theme embracing equity. Now, people who push for equality-based solutions to social issues may believe in the impartiality and that there should be no difference in services and policies. However, equity-based solutions take into account the diverse lived experiences of individuals and communities, adapting services and policies, like you have just stated, women, according to these differences. So I want to ask each and every one of you, what this year's theme, embracing equity, means to you as shortly as possible, and then we'll go into the questions. Aisha, always starts with you.
I think it's important to just take into consideration context, right? I think women also have different lived experiences, right? So there is not one type of woman at any particular role. And I think just taking that context into consideration when you're engaging women, whether it's through a hiring process or, and not just women, anyone really, right? And so you are, if you're trying to achieve equity, then everybody starts from a different place. So if you're trying to bridge that gap, then that context needs to be taken into consideration when you're making decisions.
Definitely. All right, and Philippa, very quickly.
So listening to your definition as well, which I largely agree with, I think we also have to build on that with data. So I think the reason why we have different starting points is that the gender issues are at the intersection of other diversity-based issues around tribe, around sexuality, around culture, and a lot of these have historical context. And it's quite dynamic, it's always changing. So the family construct is changing. You have more women working, which is complex. You also now have more separated homes. Families where one part of the family is based in Nigeria, for instance, and the other part of the family is based in Canada or the UK, as families now explore this JAPA option, or whatever it is. But the reality is that we need hardcore data to be able to customize solutions that adequately bake in the context such that it addresses these elements.
Thank you so much for that. Tubo, I'm coming to you, and then, of course, we'll round up with you, Tomi. So you can just go right after Tubo responds.
Okay, so what I'm taking out of the conversation is, just as Chief Dr. Akande said, we can all fly without, obstructing each other. And, we should also just let go of the mentality that women are their own problems, because sometimes it's really just us against us. And then we should also go back to our own institutions, because we're speaking and we're looking outward. Sometimes even the policies that are in our offices need to be amended, and we should also do the work that we talk.
Yeah. I think it takes relationship to truly understand what another person needs. So in conclusion for me will be being able to bring down, I've said this before, just break down the power dynamics to be able to hold on and hear from another woman to say what does she need, and being able to just lift her up, because if that power dynamics is closer, it's easier for me to tell Philippa exactly what I need in the moment, rather than having to book a time in a calendar for the next 2 months. And the timing where I need that advice and support is way past when I get the support. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. We are going straight into the question segment of this panel, and there are some very interesting questions here. The first one is directed to you, Tubo. Okay, let me just read it out. It says, were you able to overcome the inheritance issue? Is there legal redress for such situations, as a lot of women have been cheated out of their inheritance just based on their gender? I think that's a very good question.
Okay, so first, I was not. I think for me, I handled it a bit emotionally. So this happened, I had asked the question in a group chat with my uncles and aunties present, so I brought it back to a group chat where we all were. And the uncle of mine that actually insists that I do not get this inheritance is a father of 3 girls. So I exited the group, reminding him that even though his children were still small, he didn't have a son anywhere, and it would get to their turn very quickly. And I just told him that I would triple, double, turn whatever it is that I'm supposed to get 1,000,000 times over, and he will never be able to see my back. And I left the group chat, and I never went back to it. So I handled it emotionally. I haven't thought about the legal implications. I feel like I'm traumatized from the community. I don't feel like going back there, and I don't think I personally want anything to do with any of that.
Thank you so much. It's interesting that you would say that, because you could have used that, and that could have been something that would have traumatized you and kept you stuck on your tracks. But I'm so proud that you took such a horrible situation and you turned it around, and you are doing really amazing, 1,000,000 times better, like you said. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, my next question is for Aisha. This person says, okay, so the question starts off as a general one. She says, don't you think men should attend programs like this to help change their mentality? What is the answer?
Yes.
I think we can all answer that. And I do believe that to begin to change the mentality, we need to start speaking, not just in these gatherings, but to the men in our lives, to the boys in our lives, to the fathers, the brothers, the uncles, so that they can begin to realize that what they are doing doesn't just affect their immediate space, but it's something that trickles and becomes a bigger problem. But to bring it back to the question that is directed to you, Aisha, she says, confronted with the dressing, but at what point do you make a change? Now, if you could just hold on, there was a similar question here that kind of, sorry, just 1 second. I've lost it. But the question was basically saying that at what point do you put your foot down? If it's something that you had to, kind of say, I'll just conform, maybe does it get to a point where conforming doesn't work anymore? How do you handle that?
I think with the dressing part, sometimes I wear traditional clothing, right? The difference is that I have to think about the meetings I'm going to have that day and choose my wardrobe based on who I'm going to meet that day, right? That's the difference. It's not that I'm wearing clothes that I don't ordinarily own or that I wouldn't ordinarily wear. It's just that I have to wake up in the morning and make a conscious decision, right? I'm sure many women in this room have had an experience where there are meetings that you would go to and you think back about, are my arms exposed? Do I need to wear a jacket when I walk into this office just to take away a certain gaze away from certain parts of my body, right? So it is a conscious thing that most women think about, and a lot of time it becomes part of your subconscious, so you're no longer thinking about it. So I would say that it's not that you're necessarily conforming. I think there are times where we also just have to respect tradition and culture. One person can't change that, right? So it's just finding whatever happy medium you can find that allows you to still be true to yourself, but also respect the environments within which you are operating in.
All right, then. Thank you so much for that response. I'm coming to you, Tomi. This next question is for you. Now, it reads, if I'm an activist in my school, that is being a head girl, president of a society, or some clubs and so on, and I write an external examination and end up not doing too well, I'm meeting up to expectations, do you think I should have not been a leader at a primary level and just faced my main purpose of being there, which is academics? She also points out that not doing well, she wasn't doing well because of the pressure of the responsibility that she had on her shoulders at the time.
I'm glad she asked. I think it's subject to our capacity. I think it's a great thing to be a lot more than one thing, to be able to be a student and still be able to lead. I think to be Tomi that is maybe something else and still be CEO of Bankley. But I also have to know what my limitations and the line for me is. So if one is going to affect the other, like she rightly said, so maybe she could have deferred which one was priority for her, which was our academics at the time, and deferred. There will be more time to be a leader. There will be more time to influence. So at the baseline is getting the academics right. So I guess she has her answers.
All right, then, thank you so much. My next question is for Philippa, and it reads, how do we handle older women that sometimes encourage harmful narratives towards women? Wow, you got the tough one.
No, that's a very good question. I'm reflecting on my own experiences and thinking about all the similar interactions I've had. I've met women who were so fantastic. Some of them are actually in this room, but they don't remember when I was much younger. I'll come to you later. And I've who have just inspired me with their stories, and also just, even just the compliment of you're smart, who see you and don't see your physical attributes, but see you as a person and what you have to bring to the table. And I've also met women who maybe have forgotten their journeys, or maybe had easier journeys than others, or maybe feel that everyone has to go through the struggle because they went through the struggle. And you could argue maybe it's not a gender-specific issue. Maybe everyone feels that way. But I think, this idea of intentionality, the reason why these forums are important, is to also remind us to keep it top of mind around mentoring and paying it back and ensuring that we can provide that support. And I also know that a lot of times our more sort of senior mentors in the game want to be that, but actually don't know how to, right? Because some of these channels don't exist as they should here, right? I'm not quite sure how to approach certain women that I have not been introduced to. Our social construct and our ways of socializing, right, for women aren't as developed as they are for men who have, the cultural context of being able to meet at certain clubs, certain sort of social events. When we meet in these sort of social events, it's under a different context. Sometimes you meet at weddings and you're going to discuss fashion, and which are very important topics, or or homes, or children, etc. But oftentimes we shy away from topics around work and talk about topics that have to do with our appearances or the family fronts. It's quite normal. And so even to your point around fashion, right? Like, how can we, when you meet male and female colleagues who are either more senior or at the same level, how can we have those conversations in a way that are more progressive and break those barriers? And I think it's hard. So I think we have to be open and recognize that there are cultural barriers relating upwards. And I think forums like this just need to also remind us to also be more open around engaging downwards as well.
Okay, thank you. So, youngins, be more open, and please, women who have gone before us and have done amazing things, also be patient with the youngins when they come to you and try to get advice, because, like we said, we have to keep embracing equity. Now, this is going to be my last question. I've just kind of picked the questions that are not too similar. Once this panel is done, I'm sure you can just walk up to any of the panelists if you need to ask them a question. This is that kind of event where you can network and just get your answer directly from the team. Now, I'm just putting this open, and one or two of you can answer because of time. Now, this person says, how can I differentiate pride and authority? When I instruct, they say I'm too bossy. When I keep quiet and don't take decisions, they say that I'm not bossy enough. But the same, but if it's a man, okay. But if it's a man, it's okay. How can I manage my team as a boss and still keep the calm, especially knowing that my team is made up of mostly men? Who is going to take this one?
I think I'll take this one because she actually spoke to something, the first thing I addressed. It's a challenge, right? But you need to I personally had to, how will I put it? I started to learn when to just be real to myself, not what someone expects me to be. If it's a problem for me, it's a problem for me. And the goal is not, I have a goal, which is the success of the company. So I focus on that, and I do what I need to do at the time to get what I need. Also, I just get coaching. I've found that when I struggled with those situations, I've opted for getting leadership coaching to know how to navigate it right. So it's a training, it's an ongoing learning, but I think you would get to a point that, like I said, leadership is a dance. You need to know when you channel warrior. You need to know when you say it. You're not even fighting. You just say exactly what you need, and that's it. And you need to know when you actually have to be loving, have to be nurturing, and also recognize when you have to joke, when you have to be playful about it. But the key thing, which I think one has to build to, is that recognizing the when, how to use what tool for when. And that's where it's an ongoing journey. So I think if you're now confident in what choice you made at that time, it's all about you sleeping well at night and knowing you did your best for the situation, not what everyone will always think there's something else you should have done. But are you certain that you made the right decision for that context? And that's it. That's all. Yeah.
All right, then.
Let me contribute. Yes. Okay, so I think for me, structure helps. In a structured environment, there's less tussle between you and your subordinates or your staff or your team members. And also, I think there's a role that being firm and kind at the same time plays. If you're very firm and very kind, so like firmest but kindest, I think that also helps. So I give a practical example. I work with people that are all older than me, mostly older than me, at least 90% older than me, and most of them are guys. And then you give out certain instructions. So just basic things like, we're taking a break this week. Please resume on the 8th of April, for example. Everybody would definitely have an excuse. And I dealt with that one too many times, and I got to a point where I just said, you know what? If you resume on this day, you get so I'm giving you 1 week for free, general holiday or whatever. You resume on this particular day, you get your full pay for the month. If you resume anything past 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning, you get 1 whole week off your salary, including 15,000 naira as a penalty for resuming late on Tuesday. It is now their decision to either resume or take the 1 week off. It's no longer my problem. I've taken that bill off me.
Kill them with kindness. Firm but kind. I love it. I was just I was looking up the lyrics to a song that I kind of heard a while back, and I just thought it really exemplifies what's happening here. It's I'm Woman by Emmy Melly. I'm sure everyone knows it. And the first few lines of that song just really, really appeals to me. It says, I am woman, I am fearless, I am sexy, I am divine, I am unbeatable, and I am creative. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Thank you so much to everyone who is here, of course, virtually and here in person. This is where the panel comes to an end, navigating gender stereotypes. Please, a round of applause for these amazing women. Thank you so much. We're just going to come up front and do a quick photo op before we leave the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we please celebrate our first panel conversation? Our panelists, they were fantastic, down to earth, very real, and I think I learned a lot. I'm sure same with everyone. But please, to join them, can I invite our chief host to please join them on stage? Thank you very much. And of course, our host, Mr. Olu Kayode Peter, please join them on stage for a group photograph.
A big thank you. All right, a big thank you to our moderator.
Sheita Ati-Gari.
And to all our panelists. The question about men in the room is really important. We're just having that conversation off stage. Clearly we need more men in the room. We need to participate. We need to be champions of this conversation to dislodge all the gender stereotypes that this panel highlighted. I can see a couple of men in the room, and if you will allow me to speak on behalf of them, I want to say that we need to take this conversation to our different boys' clubs and our different communities as well, because we are the ones who unconsciously or consciously promote these stereotypes. So we must take responsibility as well. So again, thank you. Thank you for highlighting that.
So Sean, what do you commit to doing right after this event to ensure that we embrace equity?
First, I commit to being a good bodyguard, as I said earlier to you, complimenting you, and when next, we go out to lunch, I will ensure that you pay for me.
Is that part of this conversation?
Yes.
It's okay,
it's
I'm
equity,
capable.
It's equity.
It's okay.
I know you're capable. I know. All right. Can we put our hands together for the panel one more time? Thank you so much.
Amazing women doing amazing things. Thanks for sharing your stories with us. Thank you for deep insight and, of course, valuable lessons that we have learned today. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take remarks from two of our very special and distinguished guests of honor. They are joining us virtually, and they have sent in their messages. These are two very special women. A number of people have talked about them today. Moji?
Very outstanding women that have, helped other women fly just by being themselves. So first we'll take a remark from Director General World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON. Thank you for the applause.
Your Excellency, Honorable Minister Katagum, Managing Director Mr. Lukayode Piton, ladies and gentlemen, happy International Women's Day. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you in person to celebrate due to work exigencies. Nigerian women are dynamic, they're entrepreneurial, they are hard-working leaders who continue to break glass ceilings at home and on the global stage. When I look at young Nigerian women and some of the innovative work they're doing, it amazes me. Young Nigerian and African women are working hard to create a better future for themselves and for the entire continent. But the theme for this year's International Women's Day, Embrace Equity, reminds us that there's still so much work to be done, globally, across Africa, and in Nigeria especially. The Global Gender Gap Index of the World Economic Forum predicts that at the present rate, it will take 132 years to get to equity globally. For sub-Saharan Africa, equity is 98 years away. The forum ranked Nigeria 123 out of 146 countries in 2022, finding it covered 63.9% of its gender gap, an improvement from 62.7% in 2021. Nigeria has improved its levels of parity in secondary and tertiary education. 42.4% of girls were enrolled in secondary school in 2022, compared to 44.57% of boys, and 10.1% of females were enrolled in tertiary education, compared to 14% for the males. We need to go further and increase educational enrollment for both, whilst making targeted efforts to narrow gender gaps. While educational attainment levels have improved, political empowerment has not. The World Economic Forum finds that the political empowerment gender gap has in fact been widening since 2012 and currently stands at 96%. This is really not acceptable given the talented pool of women we have in Nigeria. We just had elections, and in the 63 years since Nigeria gained independence, we have not had any women presidents or vice presidents. There have been no elected female governors across our country's 36 states. Less than 7% of representatives in both legislative chambers are women. Women account for only 6.7% in elective and appointive positions, far below the global average of 22.5%. In the Nigerian private sector, women's representation in high managerial positions ranges between 20 to 27%, largely in line with global trends. As of November 2022, 8 women were CEOs out of the 24 commercial banks in Nigeria. The Security and Exchange Commission Code of Corporate Governance for listed companies encourages companies to consider a gender lens when selecting board members. Additionally, the Central Bank of Nigeria, through the Nigerian Sustainable Banking Principles, stipulates that commercial banks should have a minimum of 40% of female representation on boards and management. But there's a gap between what's set out on paper and what we see in practice. So we have much to do to embrace equity and to close the gender gap. We must embrace equity not just because it is the moral thing to do, but because it is smart economics. Reducing gender inequality boosts economic growth and mitigates income inequality. According to the World Bank, closing gender gaps in key economic sectors in Nigeria could yield additional gains of as high as $22.9 billion, or 5.8% of overall GDP annually. Realizing these gains would be huge for Nigeria and for Nigerians. Globally, a McKinsey study found that if women participated in the economy identically to men, it would add up to $28 trillion, or 26%, to annual global GDP. So how can we play our part? We need to practically think of ways to embrace equity. On a personal note, we must advocate for women, mentor young women, and work to empower women. This is something that I endeavor to do personally. At the WTO, we are working hard to ensure that more women are able to access global value chains, because research has shown that women who trade globally make 2 times the income of their counterparts. I'm happy to hear that the Bank of Industry is doing this by strengthening MISMIs, mostly led by women, through the BOI Growth Platform, which uses technology and big data to deliver end-to-end design and execution of programs targeted at MISMIs. You are a trailblazer in this. You have shown this to us at the WTO. I hope you will continue to blaze the trail on this issue. Thank you for what you're doing. At the state level, policies must be put in place to empower women so they can fully contribute to Nigeria's economic growth. As finance minister, I worked hard with the team to establish the Growing Girls and Women program, GWIN, and the UWIN programs to mentor and empower women and youth. We must build on these programs and do even more as we seek to embrace equity. As you have seen, supporting the advancement of women and girls is crucial to Nigeria's economic growth. We must continue to prioritize policies and actions that educate girls, provide better opportunities, and empower women at every level. We must continue to implement even more initiatives to promote equity. By doing so, we can unlock the full potential of Nigeria's economy and create a better future for all. Let me thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and wish you the very best with your event and your efforts to build a more equal Nigeria.
We can make that round of applause louder as we appreciate Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON, the Director General, World Trade Organization. And indeed, this conversation is about good economics too. It isn't just a social issue. When we close the gender gaps, it's good for the economy.
I really love how she put it. You know, embracing equity is not just the moral thing to do. It is smart economics.
Absolutely.
We're really delighted to have her join us virtually.
All right, earlier on we recognized the presence of a First Lady in absentia, but she has joined us in person, and would like to just specially greet her, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Shinkarfi Bagudu, who's the First Lady of Kebbi State. We celebrate you, Madam, and you're welcome.
The next for this segment, we have two remarks. We've taken the first. We'll now take the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Such an honor. Please let's make welcome on the screen Her Excellency Amina J. Muhammad, GCON, for her remarks today.
Your Excellency, Ambassador
Don't worry, our eyes are open. Just a minute.
We'll have the video very shortly, but just to remind everyone in the room, when you're posting on social media, please use the hashtag BOIIWD2023. That's BOIIWD 2023.
And the theme of the conference, Embracing Equity, that's our hashtag as well, hashtag Embracing Equity. All right.
And I love that the conversations today, you know, just progresses. The first one we had was navigating gender stereotypes, and then we have another one coming up that speaks to something that was addressed during the first panel, and it says, leading women, paving the way for equity. It's a very critical conversation, and I am particularly looking forward to it. Then we have another panel conversation that speaks to, that will have our first ladies upstage here just talk to us about something very critical. I'm looking forward to that as well. And I think it just progresses, and it's an exciting day. But we have many more performances for you, just like we promised. Sean, you want to tell us about?
Yes, talking about progression, you know, I love that ladies always come prepared. You know, you have your heels, and then you have your flat shoes for the dancing. All right, so you might want to start locating the bag where the flat shoe is, because at some point, we're going to hit the dance floor. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely.
Very good. I'm looking forward to that, especially. All right, is the message from the United Nations ready? Okay, all right. I think we're just going to proceed. We'll come back to that. So we'll go on with our next panel. As Moju was saying, the topic is leading women, paving the way for equity. And we have a very solid panel. Our moderator we're going to call up right now. She's a veteran journalist and someone who I admire a lot, our senior colleague.
A very senior colleague. And I say this, I'll share a story about her before I introduce her. I hosted my first event when I was 9 years old, and I used to watch TV a lot. I've been very passionate about this, and I've looked up to this woman all my life. So it's such an honor to have her here. I saw her in the room already, and I'm looking forward to bringing her up to moderate to feature on this panel. So we'll make her welcome very shortly. The moderator for this next panel is a leading Nigerian journalist and media entrepreneur. She sits on the Nigerian Board of Trustees of the International Press Institute and has been recognized as one of the 5 most influential people in Nigeria's media landscape. Kadaria is a recipient of grants in support of her work in accountability journalism from leading donor agencies including the Ford Foundation, Osiwa, Plaque, and Makoto Foundation. She is the executive director of Daria Media, a company whose focus is public service journalism. She's also the managing director of Radio Now 95.3 FM, a radio station broadcasting out of Lagos. Radio Now exists to provide factual, unbiased, and Nigeria-focused media products that empower citizens to hold power accountable, build social consciousness, and promote nation building. Her passion for public service journalism is driven by a creed to confront inequality, injustice, and the pitfalls of identity politics. As a result, she has created, produced, and anchored programs through which she has set the agenda for national conversations on significant issues and at times influenced policies. She has written extensively and has been published She has written extensively and has been published in national and international newspapers, including the Daily Trust, The Guardian, Premium Times, and the Financial Times of London. She is a member of the Nigerian Guild of Editors and the Nigerian Institute of Directors. She started her career at the BBC in London. Kadaria has an MA in television from Goldsmiths University of London and a bachelor's degree from Bayero University, Kano. She is a Shivnin scholar. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome our moderator today, the distinguished Ms. Kadaria Ahmed, journalist, CEO, Radio Now 95.3 FM, to lead this conversation.
You can do better with a round of applause as we welcome Kadaria Ahmed. You're very welcome. All right, our first panelist is Mrs. Aisha Waziri Umar, partner, Prodiverse Legal, business and management consultant. Mrs. Umar is a legal practitioner and notary public. She was called to the Nigerian bar in 1988 and has acquired vast experience in the public, private sector, and academia. Over the past 33 years, she has, amongst other things, provided legal and technical advice to the federal and state governments on various projects in education, agriculture, petroleum, and water sectors. Some of these projects have been funded by international development agencies, including DFID and the World Bank. She has a degree from Oxford University, a postgraduate diploma from the World Trade Institute, University of Bern, Switzerland. She's currently a doctorate student at the University of West Scotland Centre for Africa Research and Enterprise and Economic Development. She's the CEO of I Produce Africa, a startup agribusiness company promoting trade and value addition of agricultural products sourced from communities in northeast Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome warmly Mrs. Aisha Waziri Umar. To join this panel is also Mrs. Elizabeth Aby, the Group Managing Director of Future View Group. She is the Group Managing Director, CEO of Future View Financial Services Limited. She's a seasoned investment bank of high repute and integrity. She's the first female stockbroker licensed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. We should celebrate that. A member of the governing board of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, and a 2-term member of the Technical Committee of the National Council on Privatization. She had an academic foundation in business and management studies with a first-class degree in business health administration from the New York University, obtained an MBA from George Washington University, and she's a graduate of the International Banking Summer School at Cambridge University. Only 5 people clapped. Person go Cambridge, you go, you clap small. She's the founder and GMD CEO of the Future View Group, comprising Future View Securities, Future View Asset Management, Future View Financial Services, and Future View Bureau de Change Limited. She has won several laudable awards, and we are delighted to have her join this panel. Can we welcome Mrs. Abi to join us? Please put your hands together.
Sorry.
It's okay. Mrs. Elizabeth Abi, you are welcome. All right. This is a really high-powered panel. We also have Miss... Okay, I'm going to let you do this, Maji, if you will.
All right, coming up to join this power-packed panel, we have the founder, CEO, Secure ID Group. Mrs. Kofo Akinkugbe, OON, is a trailblazing entrepreneur of tremendous energy and courage, passionate about innovative technology, and committed to changing the narrative on manufacturing and gender perspectives in Africa. She is the founder and group CEO of Secure ID Limited, a smart card manufacturing and personalization company certified by MasterCard, Visa, Verve, ISO 9001, GSMA, GH-Link, GIMAC, CQM to manufacture bank ATM cards in 21 countries across Africa. Secure ID, that's quite impressive. Secure ID has a technology and fintech division, SID Digital, with products like digital identity, payments, and automated fare collection for transport systems. Mrs. Akinkugbe is a prize-winning graduate of mathematics from the University of Lagos and a Chevening Scholar, MBA Business School, Scotland, UK. She has attended several international leadership and personal development programs at leading global institutions, including the London Business School, INSEAD France, Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, and is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, Owner President Management, that's OPM. She currently serves as a member of both the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council and the Regulators Forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Mrs. Kofo Akinkugbe, OON, to join this panel conversation. Coming up next, we have the founder and CEO Tomato Juice. Mira Mehta is the co-founder and CEO of Tomato Juice, a fully integrated farming and processing agribusiness in northern Nigeria that produces tomato paste and other agricultural products for the domestic markets. Before founding Tomato Juice, Ms. Mehta worked in the financial services and healthcare sectors in New York and Nigeria, respectively, where she gained valuable technical skills, developed an empathetic worldview, and built a strong network that would empower her to launch a business at the base of the pyramid. She's a graduate of Brown University and Harvard Business School and has lived in Nigeria since 2008. Please let's make welcome Miss Mira Mehta.
Fantastic. And the final panelist is Mrs. Olushola Momo, Vice Chairman, Channels Media Group. She is the Vice Chairman of the Channels Media Group, comprising Channels Global, Channels 24, Channels Digital, Channels Academy, and its internationally acclaimed flagship network, Channels Television. The group owns a television network license in Nigeria and the UK, which enables it broadcast nationwide on the terrestrial, DTT, and DTH platforms in Nigeria and Africa, on the Sky B platform, United Kingdom, and parts of Europe. The Channels TV network has local bureaus all over Nigeria and international bureaus in Johannesburg, Dubai, London, and Washington, D.C. As Vice Chairman, she's principally responsible for providing strategic leadership as well as management and oversight in the commercial operations of the company, particularly in the areas of strategic client consolidation, stakeholder and community relations, organizational planning, administration, finance, investment. In fact, she does everything at Channels. Summary. Olushola is a graduate of the University of Lagos with a BSc degree in mass communication, specializing in print journalism, and a diploma in broadcast journalism from the same institution. She was a participant at the June 2014 Women Leadership Forum program of the Harvard Business School. An excellent home engineer, Olushola Momo also loves interior design, gardening, and reading, and she's a member of the Friendship Bible Fellowship, and she's happily married to John Momo, and they have blessed with 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm round of applause for Mrs. Olushola Momo.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now hand over to our able moderator to take the conversation on from here.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction of the panel and, of course, also myself. I want to welcome all of you again to the Bank of Industry's event, which is commemorating International Women's Day, and the theme is, of course, embracing equity. To borrow from the website of the International Women's Day, imagine a gender-equal world. Imagine a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. Imagine a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Imagine, if you can, a world of equity. Now, the Bank of Industry is obviously committed to turning imagination into reality, so it is using its resources and putting them where its mouth is by organizing events designed to champion change and promote gender equality and female empowerment in Nigeria. Please help us thank Bank of Industry. Now, this is the second of 3 conversations, and it is titled Leading Women, Paving the Way for Equity. Let me begin with a bit of background information, although I think Dr. Ngozi Okwenjuela has already given us some of the statistics that sort of explain why equity, why female participation matters. In Nigeria, almost 50% of our population is made up of women. And although we are signatories to many international conventions and norms, including Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination, the Declaration on Gender Equity, and we have a national gender policy, like she reminded us, all of these things remain just on paper. In practical terms, disparity in education, in political participation, violence against women, financial exclusion, and lack of economic power have all led to dismal outcomes for women, including at institutional and organizational level. And yet, there are women who not just rise, but thrive and even lead in spite of these odds. How do they do it? What lessons can we learn from their journey? And how can their success inspire and influence outcomes for all women in Nigeria? To answer these questions, we're lucky to have leading women all at the top of their game, all CEOs, all leaders in the sector in which they play. Thank you so much to my panelists for joining us today. Now, their profile was read to you and is also on your program, so I'm not going to bother to reintroduce them because there's a lot to get through, and I want to just dive into it directly. Let me start with Mrs. Elizabeth Ibe, the MD and CEO of FutureWave Financial Services. Can I start by asking you to describe to us what paving the way to gender equity means to you?
Thank you, Kadira. I'll just start by thanking Bank of Industry for making me to be part of this meeting. It means a lot to be able to share experiences and also be able to help the younger women by sharing experiences. Embracing equity. Even in this meeting, it has also shown, I've gathered some additional elucidation on what it means. Being able to assess opportunities, assess rights, unaffected by who you are, your gender, but in addition, considering where you're coming from, what have you been denied of in the past? What are your peculiar situations that must be considered in order to give you that equality? Because it's not easy to get that equality if those issues are not looked into. So that is why it's important that equity plays an important role in this discussion of today. You want me to go on?
No, what I'd like to do is actually get each and every person to answer that question, because you work across multiple industries and I suspect there are peculiarities, and then we'll dive into a free-flowing conversation. Let me go to my big sister, my mentor, Mrs. Momo, who runs one of the biggest media organizations in Nigeria. Ma'am, what does paving gender equity mean to you? And if you could relate it to the job that you do as someone who informs, educates, and gives people platforms.
Thank you so much, Kaduria. Paving equity.
Move your mic.
Is it better?
No, just, you need to pull it, I think, a bit closer. There we go. Yes.
Thank you. Better?
Yes.
Yeah. So, for me, and as you probably know, in the media world, we are currently faced with loads of challenges. Many a times I've been asked, what makes headline news? And in a world that is rapidly evolving, where things are happening simultaneously at the same time, all of the time, globally, you really have to take a step backwards and intentionally look at the issues that concern gender for you to even consider or even advising for them to make headline news. So that is the struggle in our business. When I was growing up as a young reporter, we were told that there are no ladies of the press, it's gentlemen of the press. And so from the day you are a reporter, you get indoctrinated with this bias, and you get told that you should look out and act as your menfolk would. So sometimes the gender issues are usually, put behind, and they don't get that kind of attention that they deserve. And sometimes when you are asked to do a story relating to gender, you even sometimes will think of it as a demotion, because you see other journalists covering politics, covering business, covering finance, and you are wondering, why am I asked to cover women issues? But as I grew in the profession, I realized that gender issues are real issues. And the fact that now we are talking about the Millennium Development Goals, a lot of it have to do with the gender. And so we are faced in the world by this situation of how do we then give attention to these issues? And if you know, also, if you realize that currently we have limited pages of the newspaper, we have limited hours for television, for radio broadcasting. So how do you push these issues forward? And I would say that we need advocacies, and we need fora like this to continuously push this matter forward. If you leave it to the media alone, it won't get attended to. And I'd like to quickly, go back and talk briefly about myself, growing up as a young journalist. I started journalism or broadcast journalism at a very young age. And why I began as a proofreader in the newsroom, and I rose to the position of a senior reporter before Providence now beckoned on me, and I transited to being a media entrepreneur. And so from reporting, I'm now managing. So I have taken a look at what I've gone through to reach where I was before I became an entrepreneur, and intentionally, deliberately make sure that the women folk in our organizations really have what it takes to own their own. And I deliberately also make sure that all the issues that affect women, like issues of procreation, when it comes to a certain stage, what do? Do you leave procreation, raising a family? Do you give it up? We encourage them, yes, we can give you time off, go and make your babies, and at an appropriate time, come back and pick up the job. And we see that all of these steps have eased the situation, and women are more settled. They have a more conducive environment to operate in our own network. We don't care if you are pregnant and you're looking for a job. If you are good, we will hire you. And we also, give flexibility in your hours, flexibility to attend to your own issues, and flexibility to just, look after yourself, look after your family, and look after your life, and then also take part in the career.
Thank you very much for that short explanation of what it's like in the media industry. Mrs. Akingube, you work in manufacturing, an industry that I'm sure is also very male-oriented. Can I ask you what paving the way for gender equity means for someone like you in manufacturing in an industry that is largely male-dominated?
Thank you very much. For me, it's to pave that way, especially for the younger generation, is for them to see the entrepreneurial journey that I've been able to exhibit over the years, hoping that that will communicate to the fact that as a woman, you can not only operate in a male-dominated industry, but you can also lead in that industry. My entrepreneurial journey, and talking about equity, it's an inner fear that I overcame a while ago. I remember as an undergraduate, I went in to do mathematics, and we were only 2 women there. And I remember when I walked into the lecturer's room, he said, "You, maths?" And I thought, okay, I think I have it going here. I've got to prove a point. Well, to God be the glory, ended up getting the prize for the faculty for maths and so on. But it was, for me personally, it spoke volumes to me, because it then meant that I didn't see impossibilities. It could also be that I became gender blind. So even though I may be looked at as, some other people may have issues with she's a woman, because usually in my career in manufacturing and technology, I find myself as the only woman in the room, and it's something I'm used to and I'm extremely comfortable with. And it gives me great joy to see me prove to them that a woman can not only do this, but can win in doing it. And also, paving that way is to say, venturing into uncharted waters, creating and initiating and pioneering industries that don't even exist, adding value to the industry, scaling to the point that you're not only operating your domestic market, but you are actually bold enough to take what you're doing to other markets across the globe. So paving the way to gender equity for me is that entrepreneurial journey, that's life, with the hope that it will encourage others to overcome the fear of gender. To an extent, be gender blind. Just simply be the best at what you do.
Okay.
And that is
and I think as we talk, we'll find out whether it's actually practical to be gender blind. We'll take on that conversation. But let me bring in Mira, because to a certain extent you're doing agro-processing, which is also manufacturing. But what's interesting going through your work is that your underpinning philosophy is not so much that you want to sell tomatoes. You say you want to create a rural middle class. And given that the bulk of the people you work with are women, I have to assume that equity is at the back of your mind when you started. So talk us through what that means to you and how that has shaped what you're doing.
Absolutely. Standing on all the protocols, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for, allowing me to have the space. As the Honorable Minister mentioned, she had her own definitions for equality versus equity. Mine are a little bit more simple. For me, equality is about sameness, right? Whereas equity is about fairness. But there's another definition of equity, which is also ownership, right? And to me, when I think about paving the way for gender equity, especially with the smallholder farmers, that we partner with to grow tomatoes for our factory. It really is about enabling them to take ownership in what they're doing. In Kaduna, in the part of Kaduna where our factory is based, women historically don't have access to their own plots of land unless they're widows or unless they inherited land and didn't have brothers to whom that land was passed. So, one of the first steps for us in terms of empowerment and creating that middle class was trying to figure out how do we extend the opportunity of becoming a contract farmer that can be highly profitable beyond the men in the community to the women in the community. And how do we make sure that women are able to participate in a profitable program and change their lives and take ownership over their lives and take ownership over the profits of the farm rather than simply taking part and participating in the labor of their husband's farm or their brother's farm or their father's farm. So I haven't always applied the paving the way for gender equity to myself. I think similar to you, I've blinded myself, from the biases that maybe I've faced as a woman because I just don't want to deal with them. I don't want to feel like a victim. I just want to feel like, let me be the best, let me show up for myself, let me show up for my company every day. But actually in doing so, I think that, that also does provide some level of inspiration to both the women farmers in our partner network and also to the women employees in our company. And it's maybe not an explicit goal of mine, but it is something that ends up happening, by the by. But as it comes to the farmers that grow for us, that grow for our factory, including women and empowering women and ensuring that women are profitable as farmers has been a pretty explicit goal of mine.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, Mrs. Umar, you run a startup agribusiness which promotes trade and value addition of products that are sourced from the Northeast. It is an area that has been devastated by the Boko Haram conflict. And as we see in places where there's conflict, often women are sort of the largest victims that you find. Talk us through what equity means to you in light of the business that you're running and in light of the fact that you're operating in an environment where women have been heavily damaged by conflict, by war, death, kidnapping, and all sorts of things, where they are sort of the largest group of victims that we find.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for what you've asked me. I think it's a very important question. I come from Borno State, and as you all know, it's been an area that's been ravaged by violence. It also, even before the violence, is one of those conservative states in Nigeria where women are expected to lower their gaze, not to make eye contact. If you're a cutthroat businesswoman, they say, which is, she's a man. And so they get uncomfortable. So this is a space that is really dominated by men, and women aren't supposed to be in that space. So embracing equity for me, therefore, I would say 3 things. First, gender balance, equal opportunities in the traditional way, in the traditional sense that everybody has said already. We're in the 21st century, women have come of age and all that. Secondly, though, for me, I think government institutions and even agencies, including the Bank of Industry, I think have to try and reach out to those disadvantaged women far away from corporate Nigeria. Not everything happens in Lagos. There are women in the north who are very hardworking, who are adding tremendous value to this economy, but they're not being supported. I'm sorry I have to say this as it is. Therefore, embracing equity in this sense, this has to be addressed. We must go down to the grassroots, reach out to them and support them and lift them up. The other third thing now has to do with the women themselves and the role they play. Women have to displace that emotional connection that they have to situations. We get very emotional. We want to conform, we want to please, We don't want to be criticized, and we don't want to be technical, because if you're too technical, you're like a man. So I think we like to stay in safe places. We want to be in fashion, event management. Everybody wants to be a makeup artist, catering, those kind of soft things, easy, what was it, low-hanging fruits, I don't know what you want to call them. We don't want to go, we only want the low-hanging fruits. Women have to start to embrace business in a grand scale. We have to go for those, not the low-hanging fruits. We have to go up, the fruit that is up there. After all, the Dangotes, the LMLUs, do they have two heads? I always tell my mentees, I said, do they have two heads? Why can't I go to BPE and apply to, when they're privatizing? I have a friend, by the way, I'm always teasing her because she's in BPE. I said, I want to buy Kainji Dam when they're going to privatize it. After all, do they have two heads? Why is it that we shy away from these big ticket transactions? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Aisha. The good thing is we have women with one head who've dared to actually reach for the top fruits, and I think we'll learn a lot from them. Let me just quickly say there are little cards on your table. You get an opportunity to ask questions. And please, when you're writing, remember I'm not a pharmacist. I cannot read scribblings that, you know. Don't do doctor writing for me. Write your questions very clearly. Mrs. Ibe, let me come back to you, because Aisha there was talking about reaching for the highest fruits. And in many ways, that's what you've done. Starting from challenging the status quo that said women couldn't be stockbrokers when you were trying to get into that sector. Talk us through some of the challenges you faced in trying to build your success, and what sort of attitude and solutions you brought to those challenges.
Thank you. Breasting equity, for us who have already experienced, for us who have already moved up in the system, we need to be very alert and conscious of those areas that we need to change. If we're not careful, we may not pick them up. I was just busy doing my work as an investment banker while I was with Chase. We were busy taking companies to the market, helping them to raise funds. And sometimes some of them need to be listed on the capital market at the stock exchange. I was the only lady in that department, and I was in charge of getting all of this together, the execution, the packaging, the marketing, put it together. Then when it comes to listing, which is the exciting part, the perks of the business, the gentlemen will take it over. They say they are brokers, that I cannot introduce them on the floor. And my question is, why? Why can't I introduce them? Because you're not a broker. I say, why? What does it take to be a broker? I did all of this work. Why can't I present my clients to the market? They say, no, you can't, because you have to go through the process to become a broker. So I had to challenge that system. At that time, Apostle Alile was the DJ. Why is this so? All he told me was that they were not ready to receive women on the floor. I could not understand that.
Did they explain what that meant, that they were not ready to receive women?
I had to question him. I mean, I said, why? He said, you know, I don't know if you knew him. He was such an amiable person. He just laughed it over, that the system is just not ready. And I just couldn't believe that. I had to pursue them day and night to tell me why they cannot take on women at this point. And every time it was like an argument, because I knew, we were one of the leading investment banking companies at the time with Chase. we had a lot of clients that we took to the market. Every time it was a war. It was a war because they couldn't tell me why. Women what? They couldn't tell us what. I had to talk to Indy. I said, Indy Okreko UK. She was there at the time. I said, how can you be here? And this is happening. We need to do something about this. So I had to challenge her. I had to challenge all of them. I said, this has to change. It took 10 years.
Wow. 10
From
years.
1981, it took 10 years before they decided to invite women to participate in the stock exchange, stockbroking profession.
And now we have a lot of women who are stockbrokers.
Thank God, thank God, thank God. We have about 60 women now. And in 60 years, we've only been able to get 2 women as DG, one DG, and then 1 lady CEO at the exchange. And then with the SEC, we've only had 2 women there as Director General. And then even at the principal office for 30 years, we didn't have any woman on the board of the council. We have a Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. I think the embracing equity had to come in because we had to challenge them again to find out why can't we have our women in the decision-making position within the institute. They now made some modification because they're in the majority for 60 years. They've been there for 60 years. And whenever there's a vote, definitely they will have the majority. So we had to mobilize to get them to now make it, what they did was to now say, okay, we'll only have the ladies compete for that position.
Right.
And that was how we now got the first principal officer, a lady.
So there was some sort of affirmative action.
Yes.
Where basically
Yes.
a certain position
Yes.
was. Okay.
We had to.
And I want us to come back in a little bit to sort of some of the specific things that can be done. But I want to ask Mrs. Akingbube, to a certain extent, Mrs. Elizabeth worked in an industry that is heavily regulated, where she needed to be licensed to do certain things. You work in manufacturing and you could set up your own business yourself and pursue your dream and your vision. What were the sort of challenges that you faced that are sort of peculiar to the area that you work in, and how did you overcome them?
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, once you say manufacturing or technology, your antenna is immediately up because you know that is the headwinds there are very terrible. The tides are all negative against you. Because we just basically don't have the infrastructure, whether it's energy, whether it's customs, or whether it's water treatment, or whatever you need to have a thriving, we just don't still have it. I know that we're working at it, and I thank Professor Oduwole for what she's doing on ease of doing business, but it's still. Yes, so there were, of course, a lot of challenges. The unique thing for me was that the industry, the gap that I saw and the opportunity, the tangible opportunity that I saw, there was no solution for it at the time. So I looked at the inefficient payment space that we had, and I saw that electronic payments, whether it's through cards or whether it's through mobile, did not exist. And at the time, even using the few cards that existed were based on sort of backward technology, magnetic stripe technology. Also at the time, Nigeria had a bad reputation for 419. And even the elites that had cards would rather use their cards abroad. They wouldn't use it in Nigeria because they just didn't trust the electronic system. Every time they think that it's going to be hacked also. So unique for me was pioneering
that industry. And of course, were there challenges? Yeah. I mean, even the companies I was going to buy the machines from that cost probably millions of euros were putting me off that you can't operate this machine in this part of Africa, because it needs very pure water to run. You need 24/7 energy. The environment cannot cope with dust, so it needs to be a very clean factory. So those challenges were there. There were a lot of negativity around the fact that it can't be done. Also, the gap that I saw and the dream I had was to ensure that even though one was initiating local production, but we wanted it for global use. So building a best-in-class factory in Nigeria, not just for Nigerians, but for outside Nigeria. So to do that, you had to get global international certifications. And I won't take you through the rudiments of that, but it's something that could take about two years and above to do. But it's something that we did within 6 months. We immediately, Visa gave us the permission to be able to produce their cards, MasterCard did the same, and so on and so forth. And so those have been the challenges, the fact that we didn't have the skills, the fact that I did not see any company I could benchmark within the African continent. So I had to benchmark against the global best. But don't forget that global best is operating in an environment where the infrastructure is good and well. So I had to sort of, in spite of the headwinds and all the odds, create a best-in-class entity within. And it can be done. It can be done. I mean, that's really the message. Okay. It can be done.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Akinkugbe. Thank you. Mrs. Momot, there is a sort of similarity between you and Mrs. Akinkugbe in the sense that you all sort of found a way to get in, create, manage, and then lead the industry, right? Because, Mrs. Akinkugbe runs a company. There's nothing like what she's doing in Nigeria at the moment. She's in 21 African countries. I think, unarguably, Channels is the leading media company, in the country. So my question for you is, what are the skills that are needed at every stage of this journey? First, to break in, then to build, sustain, and then to begin to lead. Are there any specific things that people should be looking to acquire in order to do this?
Definitely. You've got to have perseverance. You've got to have goals and objectives. You've got to have focus. You've got to have commitment. You've got to be convinced of what you're doing, what is the end goal for you, and how do you want to get there. So all these dynamics must be at work. Now, remember she said something like being gender blind. Really, what she means is not close your eyes to gender issues, but what she's saying is that if you're busy building up this enterprise, you cannot afford to let anything drag you behind. And gender issue will not be a major factor playing in your psyche or in your mind when you are doing these things. You've got to set your eyes on the goal, and in spite of all distractions, obstacles, and barriers, you're focusing on the goal, looking at where you are going, and you are busy creating this enterprise. It happened to us. That's how we did it. It was only after we reached a level that we could, me in particular, that I could take a step backward and begin to look at processes and dynamics and factors to be able to say, yes, some of these issues are real, and they are actually, economically also important. As we've heard, if half of the population is not integrated into the economic cycle, of course, we are dealing with just one hand to fly. So we need everyone on board. So it makes, as we've heard today, economic smartness to do that. So what we do is we now deliberately and intentionally look at our internal mechanism vis-a-vis the external factors, because we have to touch every sector as people in the media, but what do we have to be able to achieve this? So that's why we look at, for instance, human resources policies. How do you engage talents, first of all? Then how do you engage women? How do you hire them? What are you looking for? What sort of flexibility can you afford them to be able to get the best out of them? I mean, I was at a board meeting once, and we were, they brought some issues about women, some particular people going on maternity leave every year. And some of the male folk were saying, oh, this is just not on. How can you support this as a private enterprise? It's at a cost. I had to speak up to say, listen, making babies is the responsibility of two, a man and a woman. And then if you don't have children, if you don't have population growing, what happens to a nation? The nation stops. So I said, because a woman is making babies, you cannot just punish her on top of it. So how best can you support her to make these babies? And they looked at me and they said, but we are a private concern. We should be, our eyes should be on profitability. How does this benefit us? And I said, well, you are serving the community. And Providence will not forget you. Because if you do this and you are not looking at the bottom line, you are not looking at the cost, definitely at some time, this goodwill will appear on your balance sheet. So these are the sort of things that at a certain stage that female entrepreneurs will have to, take a seat back and then begin to look at how you can empower women. Because empowering women in every sector is a key for development. And not only that, remember, we were sitting on the table just before we got called up, Mrs. Ebi and I, and somebody told us that in Ikoyi Club, a famous club in Nigeria, a social club, only 2 weeks ago did they start accepting women in their own rights. Before then, women could not vote. I mean, we were alarmed. So really, there are so many institutions that exist like that. I know that even in the United States, it took them years and years to allow women to be part of the press corps. So it's not just a Nigerian issue, it's a global issue.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Momo. Thank you. Mira, it is true that resilience, having focus, and not being distracted are sort of important qualities when you're building a business as a woman. But I want us to start focusing on practical things and how gender impacts on those things. So, for example, raising capital, access to finance, access to all the things that are required when you're starting a business. What was your experience as a woman trying to raise money to start Tomato Jaws? And are there things that we can learn from that experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, when I started Tomato Jaws, I have a very vivid memory, similar to, I guess, Aisha from the first panel, of having a very strange experience where I was trying to raise money and I was having a conversation with this, this group, and the gentleman on the other end of the conversation sort of said, Mira, if I were your uncle, I would tell you that what you're trying to do is very hard, and you're operating in a very difficult part of the world, and I would just ask you to really think twice about what you're trying to do. And I was so shocked because I was like, you're not my uncle, thanks. I guess this conversation's over, and so but to Mrs. Momo's point, right, like, it's not that you're blind to the bias, it's just that you can't let it make you a victim, and so I think, I've had tailwinds, right, and I think everybody has to lean into their tailwinds, whatever they are, right? So one tailwind absolutely is the Harvard Business School network in Nigeria. It's extremely strong, as you can see, because 3 people on this panel have affiliations with the school. And people, that community embraced me coming, back to Nigeria after having gone to the MBA program, and that opened doors for me. And looking white opened doors for me, right? Now, does that mean that I didn't do hard work too? No, right? But I think one of the things is, don't be afraid to use whatever means you have in accomplishing your goal, right? Men are doing it all the time. They're going to clubs, they're having relationships, they don't talk about it, right? They don't have panels to say, how are we getting ahead, men? But they do have networks, and as we grow into industry leaders, it's important for us to have those networks too. They might not look exactly the same, right? But they're very, very important to nurture. It's important to sort of, I'm so glad that I'm on a WhatsApp group with all of these women now, right? So I can just ping them and say, hey, do you know anybody in this? Can you connect me to that? Those are the kinds of things that we can't be afraid to do. I think I'm also very fortunate that from my personal background, I went to an all-girls high school. It was extremely competitive, and I felt so confident by the time I got to college that I had to fight my way to get A's with a bunch of very, very smart women, and there was no man that I was fighting with in the classroom that I felt like was smarter than me or could do more than me, And so I think that was in my psyche, right? And I think another thing that for me was a tailwind was being a student athlete. I was an athlete for 4 years in high school. I was an athlete for 4 years in college. And working with women, who were pursuing excellence both academically and athletically also was a gift. It helped me to learn how to manage time. It helped me to learn to be a little bit foolish, because if you're racing against somebody else, you have to believe you can win. And you have to shut down the parts of your mind that are telling you you can't. You just have to let go of those areas of your mind and focus all of your energy on what's ahead. And so, I think those also were tailwinds. But I think also, learning how to speak like this, learning how to speak in front of people, learning how to sit in a room and hold space for myself, that's also something that's really important for us to do, right? And not to feel like I don't belong here. Even if you sort of are thinking that in the back of your head, you go in there like you own the space, right? And you go in there and, if you don't know your numbers off the top of your head, the next time you go to the meeting, you will, right? And so it's, there's definitely failures along the way, but it's, for me, it's about capitalizing on whatever tailwinds you have, using them without feeling ashamed of using them, right? And having a purpose that you're trying to go towards. Those are the things that I think have helped me.
Thank you very much, Mira. Thank you. Mrs. Omar, again, the region in which you work, from the beginning, even before the war, had, if you like, gender inequality. And some of the women that you're trying to empower at the moment are benefiting. But is there anything else that can be done to sort of expand the impact you're having in terms of the work that you're doing so that more women are empowered? And if so, what?
Thank you so much. That's an excellent question. Like you said, women in Borno, where I come from, and the North generally, have double disadvantage. We are more conservative, and our societies are more conservative. And of course, in terms of our attitude towards business, we're still not so technical, we're not so formal. So the things that I'd like to see would be, number one, to try and help the small traders formalize their businesses. That's one, because in order to access finance, to grow your business, you have to be able to have a formal structure. This is something they don't have. A lot of women are doing some amazing business, but it's done, village style, just using their head to retain all the information. There are no records, there's no documentation. I think women have to understand that, it takes blood, sweat, and tears to grow a business in a formal sense. There are things like documentation that women are averse to, because I think our minds were more, whether it's creative or something, but when it comes to documentation, I'm guilty. I hate documentation, I hate bookkeeping, I hate anything that requires me. I just want to get on with it. But women have to be formal. And the other thing is, like I said, I would like to see that support for these rural women, because they're going through two things. There's the hardship that they're overcoming from the violence, and then there's also trying to catch up. So theirs is a very steep path, and they need double support for any other, as opposed to other women in Nigeria. So I also want us to be able to leapfrog, skip some stages, try and help them take advantage of the economic transformation that's taking place in Africa. This is one of the things I'm doing. I'm very passionate about the African continental free trade. The possibilities are endless. We have a payment system, a pan-African payment system. And I come from a state where we border about 4 African countries. So imagine the opportunities. And very soon, all of us have to be aware. Soon you'll be seeing Kenyan cucumbers in your supermarkets. They're going to penetrate our market. The Africans are coming. And so we have to up our game anyway. So you see there's so many stages that we need to climb up, and yeah, there's a lot of work.
Okay, so a double-barreled question for you, Mrs. Elizabeth Ebi. In many ways, there's you, the CEO, the super achiever, who can sort of inspire other women who are in a position to become like you. So I'm talking about women leaders now. But I want you to talk to us about what your advice would be to people who are on that pathway, but also how does your success, and when I say you, I mean a plural you, as in women CEOs, how does your success translate to changing the lives of the rank and file regular women? Because not everybody can be a CEO. And if I could have you and Kofo and Mira and Mrs. Momo deal with that, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think fundamentally, my advice would be for women, for us to have a vision of what our life goals should be. But in identifying that, you must be passionate about it, because that is the only way you can succeed. The passion is what is going to drive you. And in doing that, you need to chart a path. What are my immediate goals? Long-term goals, medium-term, short-term, even weekly goals, daily goals. Those are things that will help you. What are the things, how do I prepare to achieve this objective, this goal? You know, for us in the financial sector, you have to have a sound financial background. You have to be cerebral. You have to be hardworking. You have to be able to, you have to be tenacious. You have to be able to be market-facing, be able to manage your clients. Those are things that are necessary. And there must be commitment, because without commitment, you can't even start. But when you start, you have to be sure that you're driving it and you're consistent. And for the younger ones, it's important that we cascade, mentor them in all that we're doing, you know, so that we're leading by example and helping them, you know, to rise. And I think it's important for us also to go down and begin to lift up the girl child, even from the tertiary institutions. We should be able to take up standards within the universities, and then take up scholarship program for them, mentorship program, especially in these areas where we are dominating in the financial sector, so that we can help them, mentor them, train them, you know, so that they can also grow up, you know, to be able to continue where we have stopped. And to tell you, in my organization, 3 of my subsidiaries are managed by women. And I think, you know, that is critical, because I've been able to mentor them, handhold them, provide the appropriate training, provide enabling environment. Some of them who are mothers, you provide them with flexible hours, a creche, you know, to be able to manage the children while they are working, and give them some comfort, and manage the relationship with the families. We normally have time together where we sit and we discuss about issues, family issues, how to blend work-life balance, make sure that they are doing well with the family, with the husband, and also doing well at work, and also to help them to build up, their own, to grow up in the system. So we're also advocating that it should be part of the corporate governance to make sure that every institution, at least there's a balance on membership of the board in terms of gender, so that you have women as board members, and those are the things, that need to be put in place. More advocacy, more advocacy for women, for women, and be able to highlight the things that women have done so that other younger women will see that, yes, women are in position, I can get there.
Okay.
If I see, I see an Okonjo-Iweala at the World Trade Organization, I know that I can get there. If somebody sees me as a CEO, they know that they can get here. So those are the kind of things that we need to do and mentor, the young ones and help them to achieve.
We're quickly running out of time, so I'm going to just ask Ms. Akinkube one last question, and then we'll go to the audience questions that have been sent in. From a perspective of sort of a universal improvement, and here I'm talking specifically about Nigeria, but using universe to encompass the universe that's Nigeria, what is the place of legislation, policy, in sort of driving some of the fundamental changes that we need to see? So we can talk about what individuals can do, but what do we need to see around these other things that are sort of important in driving change?
Okay. I was going to say that there has to be, first of all, I want to agree that there are gender discriminations, definitely. But to deal with that, I think we need to have more women participation in the legislative sector. You need to have women being part of making those laws as well. I think we need to have women economically empowered, because at the end of the day, the person with the funding is the person that takes that decision. So we need to ensure that women are economically empowered, not always at the mercy of, there's some big person there that is going to take that decision. I could give you an example. So if a woman is running to be the president, that woman needs funding. And she's probably going to be supported by other women. But do the other women have the means to support this woman that is running for presidency? Okay, so there has to be rules. I know in Kenya, for instance, they have a law that says that 30% of government projects go to women. Also, I also heard that the men use it to their advantage. When they want to do something, they push their wives forward to get that project. But I think women have to be economically empowered. There has to be more women participation in making laws. And just create that equality,
we've just seen an election where less than 10% of the women who contested for political office are women, and I'm sure there will be even a fewer percentage that will win. So we're not at the table where laws are being made, where legislation is being made. Okay, I wish I could let you go on, but I have questions here from the audience, and I want people to get a chance to get answers. This is a question for Mrs. Omar. You spoke about women in the north not getting the kind of support they need compared to women in Lagos. What do you think the solution is to that, and how can the Bank of Industry take up this challenge in your view?
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I think that for starters, this event, I can see that there's diversity, women from all over Nigeria. So kudos to Bank of Industry for having us first and foremost. So this is a start. I would love to see events like this take place outside Lagos, so that you move to, it's not just the north, but I'm sure that there's the east, middle belt, everywhere. So yeah, have more events like that, gatherings like this, where we have access to the Honorable Minister. I have access to her in Lagos. Well, sort of. But I mean, I had quality time with you in Lagos, not the type that I would have if I was in Abuja. So if we had the event in Abuja, more women like me, we have access with the minister and stay in your living room, in your suites, and ask questions and bond, you know? So these are important things. And the Bank of Industry MD, I see you in Lagos. I'd love to see you in Abuja. I'd love to see you in Maiduguri at an event. Yes, why not? So these are the kind of things that we start doing, yes, quickly. And then the last thing is the issue of funding. I don't like the fact that all the intervention, the financial intervention, tends to be micro when you go to the north. It's micro, it's trader money, 10,000 naira for 1,000 women. But here, I'm sorry, I have to say it as it is where the big ticket money is given. It's a fact.
Could it be that you haven't quite prepared your women to be able to take up?
No, I admitted that we need to formalize our business. So like I said, it's a two-way thing. We ourselves have to do what it takes to, meet in the middle, as it were. I'm not saying that all the work, it shouldn't be given to us on a platter. So, but yeah, I would appreciate more of, give us a bit of the action,
Thank you very much, Mrs. Uba. This is for Mrs. Kofo, Mira, and Mrs. Momo. Does being gender blind not eliminate the argument for equity? Does it not eliminate the reality of our differences? Maybe we could work our way back. Mrs. Momo?
So you cannot afford to be gender blind. Gender issues are real issues. So I don't think anybody sitting on this panel can be gender blind. And I don't think anyone sitting in this audience can be gender blind. These are issues confronting us. Now, look at it when there's a federal government program that caters to providing food for children in the primary school. Well, every child needs food, but there are some peculiarities, there are some needs for the girl child. Only girls need those things, like menstrual pads. Why can't the government provide it for them free of charge? Because they haven't chosen to be born as girls. Okay. So these are the kind of things that we want the government to take an interest in, to see how you can look at the differences and provide the equity that we are craving for.
I'm afraid I've been told we've run out of time, so I'm going to give all of you a minute each to wrap up. And you can say anything you want, including perhaps a message to the younger ones that are listening to you. Aisha?
Okay, so I would like to tell women all across Nigeria, aim for the stars. Those who have made it do not have two heads. We are better, we're more committed, we're more versatile than those who have made it.
You mean men?
Yeah, okay. No, seriously, we have more than that is required. So I want us to just remove that shroud, the cultural thing that has been placed, the stereotype. Move out of your comfort space. Go onto the journey and the road that is less traveled. That is where you'll find gold.
It's
not just the general business like makeup and event management, please.
Which, by the way, are trillion-dollar businesses at the moment. Thank you, Mrs. Elizabeth, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My advice for us is that there's a need for us to keep our eyes open so that we can see where these areas that we need to challenge. There are so many of them, and we are blindsided. We need to challenge them, and as we do challenge them, there's a level of awareness that comes to play. And then with that, we can always mobilize in order to fight the system and make sure that, we get things done. So I would say, ladies, let's stay committed, let's stay focused, And let's work hard in order to change the narrative. That
Thank
must
you.
embrace equity.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ibe. Ms. Akingobe.
Yes, my advice to the younger ones is to just thrive to be the best. Honestly, it's a fantastic antidote to the gender discrimination that we have, because we do have it. But when you're focused on the end goal and you're thriving to be the best at what you do, that will make the loudest statement. And also to say that, you know, it's one thing, dream big and don't be afraid to dream. You know, it's one thing to start your business, but it's another thing to scale it up. And really, that is where you really face a lot of gender biases, because as you're going up the ladder, it then becomes a lot more apparent, you know. But being the best. Then also to say that success, let it not be compartmentalized. Let it be success, whether it's success socially, success in family life, success in building your business. Let that success not let any compartment give.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mehta?
Thank you. I think for me, you know, the take-home message that I'm taking away from the panel and that I want everybody else to take away from the panel is that representation matters, and it matters for this conference too, right? This shouldn't be a conference that's only attended or majority attended by women, because men play a role in gender bias, and men, I think it would be valuable for them to understand what the challenges are, why we're trying to overcome them, how we're trying to overcome them, and how, you know, all of us, you know, comprise, you know, bias in our everyday life. You know, one of the things very quickly that you just think about when you're, you know, when you're a boss or you're a manager and you're asking someone for tea, is it the woman that you're asking or is it the man? You know, I face this in my office all the time. Hey, you have 2 junior staff. Why are you always asking her to be the one that makes you the tea, right? Why is it always the women that are the ones handing out the cake at, you know, the tomato Joss anniversary party or whatever it is, right? So look around your everyday life, challenge those things every day, right? And invite men to be a part of, you know, solving these problems, because we can't do it by ourselves.
Thank you very much.
And finally, I would say challenge stereotypes, challenge status quo, challenge every situation. See how you can improve every situation. See how you can improve everywhere you're at. And for the women in the public sector, please make sure that you have women sitting at the tables when decisions concerning women are being made. Because we are the only one who can make decisions that will benefit women better than the men folk. And for us in the private sector, I would suggest that every committee you have in your establishment, make sure you have a woman there, at least, every, from board level to security level. Make sure that every stratum you have women hired, engineering, technology, hospitality, whatever the stratum. And if you intentionally do these things, I'm sure that, you know, one day we will overcome these stereotypes.
Please help me thank my panelists. Thank you so much. Can we take a quick picture before we go down? Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for this panel one more time, ladies and gentlemen? A big thank you to our moderator, Ms. Kadari Ahmed, Mrs. Aisha Waziri Umar, Mrs. Elizabeth Abi, Mrs. Kofo Akinkugbe OON, Ms. Mira Mehta, and Mrs. Olushola Momo. Would like to call on our chief host and our host to join the panel for photographs. Thank you so much. That was a very engaging session. We were told that equality means sameness, but equity means fairness and ownership. And we need to do everything in our own individual spheres of influence to ensure that fairness and access to ownership for women is encouraged and supported and fought for. It's a fight indeed. It's a fight against you know, stereotypes that are entrenched in our minds, in policies, in systems, and it's a fight that can be won, right?
Absolutely, I agree.
All right. While the pictures are going, I will just do a couple of recognitions. We have, as we said earlier, a number of very special individuals, and throughout this conference, We've tried to do recognitions as much as we can, and we'll continue with that as the day goes on. But we'll do a couple of those now before we move to the next agenda.
We'd like to recognize the First Lady of Edo State, Her Excellency Mrs. Betsy Bene Obaseki. Thank you very much for joining us. Can we please celebrate her? Thank you. We'd also like to recognize a former executive director at Bank of Industry, Mrs. Folashade Jacobs. Thank you very much for joining us today at this beautiful occasion. I'd also like to recognize Stella Marie Omogbai, FSDH Executive Director. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. We have two students from Queen's College, Yaba, Lagos, who are here today, and we're delighted that they're here listening and learning. Ezenkwa Esomchi, thank you very much for joining us. And Inukaye Precious, where are you? Can you just signify by waving? Two students from Queen's College, Yaba, thank you very much. We hope that you're having an amazing time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you that today we want to have a lot of fun. We're celebrating women. And to switch things up a bit, we're going to call on our very dear Yvelle, who has already performed today. But before we call her up, we just want to tell you a little bit about her. Yvelle Ibade Zibili, a.k.a. Yvelle, is the definition of a songstress. She's exceptionally gifted, a recording artist. In 2014, she emerged as the winner of the music reality TV show Nigerian Idol, beating more than 8,000 hopefuls. Her stagecraft saw her invited to perform alongside Angelique Kidjo at the Prize for Literature Awards in Nigeria. And in 2018, she headlined the Martin Luther King BHM Showcase in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. In 2018, she won the award for the Best Movie Soundtrack at the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards for the movie Tattoo. And she has performed to our delight and entertainment all day today, and she'll make her final appearance now. So, if you will, please, a warm round of applause as we welcome Yvelle
one more time. But please don't go anywhere. We have something special for you after this presentation. And of course, we'll take a final panel conversation that comprises the first ladies that we have here. It promises to be really exciting. So please don't go anywhere. We still have quite some interesting things for you. And now we have Yvelle one more time.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here today. More excited because I'm in a room filled with super, super, super women.
Nothing seemed complete. I stand up and I'm searching for the better part of me. Yeah, I hang my head from sorrow. Yeah, state of humanity. Shoulder, I gotta find the strength in me, 'cause I am a superwoman. Yes, I am. Yeah, yes, you are. 'Cause even when I'm a mess, I still put on a vest with a nest on my chest. Oh, yes, I'm a superwoman. For all the mothers fighting, better days to come. For the women, no more women sitting here trying to come home before the sun. Yeah, and to my sisters, coming together, say yes, I. Yes, we can. I'm a oh yes, I'm a superwoman. Yeah. When I'm breaking